Hey sleepyheads, hope your day was great. Before we start, let's play a game. Comment the time where you are right now and whether you should be asleep already. Let's see who's the biggest night owl. Before you settle in, tap that like button and subscribe to keep the cozy vibes coming. Now, dim the lights, get comfortable, take a deep breath, and let's drift into sleep. The first time I saw it, I honestly thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. We had just started the remodel on the old house's basement window, the one on the side of the house that had been boarded up for years. The wood was rotting and the glass was cracked, so my partner and I decided it was time to replace it. We pried away the old frame and lifted out the shattered glass, then cleaned the window well. That's when I saw the face. It was pressed right up against the outside of the glass, pale and still, as if someone was standing there watching us. The face was close, maybe a little over 3 feet from the window, and it had no expression, just empty eyes that seemed to stare right through me. I swear for a moment, I couldn't breathe. I took a step back, and my heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst through my chest. My partner didn't see it at first. When I pointed and told him to look, he leaned over, squinting. He thought maybe it was a reflection or a shadow. But then he stepped back too, and his face went pale. We both started fumbling around, trying to rationalize what we saw. The house was old, sure, but who or what would be outside the basement window watching us? We were nervous enough that in a panic we grabbed a hammer and smashed the glass in the window well, hoping to scare off whatever was there. When we looked again, the face was gone. We pressed our ears to the wall, shouting into the dark, but there was no answer, no footsteps, no sound at all, just the faint echo of our own voices. The whole thing felt like some kind of nightmare, one where your brain tries to fill in gaps with things that don't exist. We kept telling ourselves that maybe it was just a trick of the light or a neighbor's reflection. But I couldn't shake the image of that face still, pale and blank. It felt like it was watching, waiting. A few nights later, things got worse. We had locked the basement door securely. The house was quiet, except for the usual creaks and groans that come with an old place settling in. But then, down in the basement, we heard something strange. Heavy breathing, slow and deep, like someone or something was right there, just on the other side of the door. We froze, staring at the door, waiting for whatever it was to make a move or speak, but it didn't. The breathing stopped after a few minutes, and we both breathed a sigh of relief, convincing ourselves it must have been the dog or maybe the furnace. But it wasn't the dog. Our dog, who usually sleeps soundly on her bed, had started acting strangely. She growled at the corner of the cellar like she could sense something there. Her fur stood on end, and she refused to go down the stairs alone. I tried to reassure her, but even she seemed convinced there was something wrong. Then there was the water. We noticed puddles forming underneath the basement window, but it hadn't rained in days. The soil around the house was dry, and the gutters were clean. It was like the water was coming from nowhere, pooling right where the face had appeared. We checked for leaks or broken pipes, but found nothing. The house began to feel different, colder in the basement, heavier in the air. The windows that had once let in a little light now seemed to close us in with shadows. Every time I went down there, I felt like I was being watched, like the walls themselves held a secret I wasn't meant to know. I started noticing small things that didn't add up. Doors that I was sure I had closed were open. Tools I left in one place would be moved. And the dog was never far from me, always alert, always tense. I wanted to tell myself it was all in my head. The stress of remodeling an old house, the late nights working and worrying about money, maybe even a bit of exhaustion. But every time I heard the breathing or saw a shadow shift just right, I knew something was wrong. We talked about calling someone, maybe a professional or even a priest, someone who could help us figure out what was going on. But part of me was afraid that acknowledging it would make it worse. Sometimes ignorance feels safer, even when you know it isn't. So, we waited and watched, hoping that whatever was behind that basement window was just a leftover echo of the past, something that would fade away with time. But deep down, I knew we weren't alone. I keep thinking about that face, the way it didn't blink or move, the way it seemed almost waiting. It's like it knew something we didn't, and it was patient enough to watch for as long as it needed. Now, every night when I hear the dog growl or the breathing from downstairs, I wonder, what is really living in that corner of the cellar? Is it something human or something else entirely? And will it ever let us leave our house in peace? I had hoped that after that first terrifying night, things would settle down, but they did not. The breathing in the basement continued, sometimes late into the night, slow and heavy like someone struggling to catch their breath. I would lie awake in bed, heart pounding, straining to hear if it was there, or if my mind was playing tricks. The dog, who had been calm for most of the day, would suddenly stand up and growl at the bottom of the stairs, her hackles raised and teeth bared slightly. It was clear she was seeing or sensing something I could not. One evening I decided to take a closer look. My partner was out of town on a work trip, so I was alone with the dog in the house that felt increasingly unfamiliar. I grabbed a flashlight and went down to the basement, the dog following hesitantly behind me. The air was colder down there, damper than usual, and there was a faint smell of earth and mildew. I shone the light around, trying to see if anything had moved, or if there was some logical explanation for the noises. Near the corner where the window was, I noticed the puddles of water again. They reflected the beam of my flashlight, shimmering unnaturally. I knelt down to examine them, trying to figure out where the moisture was coming from. There was no pipe leaking, no crack in the foundation that I could see. The water seemed to gather there for no reason. As I stood up, I caught a flicker of movement in the corner of my eye. I turned quickly but saw nothing. The dog growled low and deep in her throat, staring at the spot where the face had appeared. I swallowed hard and whispered to her to be brave, though my voice shook. I tried to keep telling myself it was all in my head, that maybe stress and exhaustion were making me imagine things. But every time I returned to that corner, I felt that same pressure, the sensation that something was there, watching, waiting. I began to dread going into the basement alone. During the day, the house felt almost normal. The sun streaming through the windows chased the shadows away and made the place feel warm and alive. But as the evening fell, a heaviness settled. The basement seemed darker, more oppressive, and the sounds started again. Footsteps dragging softly on the concrete floor. The creak of a door opening and closing when we were sure everything was locked. One night, the dog refused to come downstairs at all. She stayed near the stairs, barking sharply at the door to the basement, her body tense and trembling. I knew then that whatever was down there was not just a trick of the mind or some stray animal. It was something else, something that unsettled even her instincts. My partner came home a few days later, and I told him everything. At first, he was skeptical. He suggested maybe the noises were just the house settling or the furnace kicking on. But after spending a night in the house, even he was unnerved. He heard the breathing, the footsteps, the soft noises that seemed to come from the crawl space behind the basement wall. We decided to call in a professional to check the house, an inspector, to look for any structural problems or animal infestations that might explain the sounds and the water. The inspector was thorough, crawling through the basement, checking the foundation, the pipes, and the window well. But he found nothing unusual, no cracks, no leaks, no signs of animals or pests. That left us more confused than ever. If it wasn't something physical, then what was it? The face pressed against the window, the breathing when the door was locked, the puddles of water that appeared without reason, none of it fit any normal explanation. I started researching the history of the house and the neighborhood, hoping to find clues. The house was over a century old, built in the early 1900s. It had gone through several owners, but no records of anything violent or tragic. The neighborhood itself was quiet, mostly families and retirees. No rumors of hauntings or strange occurrences. Still, I felt like we were living in a place with a secret, something unseen but very much present. Every time I passed the basement window, I half expected to see that pale face staring back at me. Every creak in the house made me jump. Every shadow lengthened in the corners. We tried to keep normal routines, but it was hard. Sleep was restless, and the dog's anxiety seemed contagious. She started sleeping in our bedroom, close to the bed, and we found ourselves checking the basement door multiple times before going to sleep. One evening, while I was cooking dinner, I noticed water dripping slowly from the window well outside. It was strange because the forecast said no rain, and the gutters were clear. I went outside to investigate but couldn't find the source. The water kept pooling there, cold and silent. The next day, we found strange markings on the basement wall right below the window. Faint scratches, almost like claw marks, but too shallow to be animal damage. They didn't seem old but new, as if something had been trying to get in or out. That night, the dog barked wildly at the corner of the basement. I went down to calm her and found the door to the crawl space slightly ajar. We had locked it firmly the night before. I swear, I did. My partner and I started staying up late, watching the basement, trying to catch whatever was there. One night, I swear I heard a whisper, a breathy voice that seemed to say something I couldn't understand. The dog growled fiercely, staring at the dark corner, her body low and ready. We debated calling someone, maybe a paranormal investigator or a medium. Part of me wanted proof, answers, something to explain this nightmare. But another part was terrified of what we might find. The house no longer felt like a home but a trap, a place where something watched and waited. Every day, the line between reality and fear blurred a little more. I don't know what's behind that basement window. Is it a person hiding, trapped in the crawl space? Is it something supernatural, playing with our senses and sanity? Or is it a malevolent presence, feeding off our fear and watching us every night? All I know is that when I look at that window now, I see more than glass and walls. I see eyes staring back at me, waiting for something we cannot understand. And I'm not sure how much longer I can pretend that everything is okay. I wish I could say things got better after we discovered the crawl space door open that one night, but the truth is, Everything only seemed to grow heavier, darker, more unsettling. My partner and I tried to act normal for a while, tried to ignore the strange happenings and focus on the remodeling project we had started, but the house refused to let us forget. Every time I walked past that basement window, I felt a shiver run down my spine, like the pale face was still watching me, waiting for something I could not understand. My dog was no help either. She was constantly on edge, pacing the halls, growling at unseen corners. I had never seen her so afraid, and that fear fed into my own. One afternoon, I found myself standing by the window, staring out into the dull gray light of a cloudy day. The puddles beneath the window had returned again, slick and still, even though the rain had stopped hours ago and the ground was dry everywhere else. I crouched down and touched the cold water, half expecting it to ripple or pull me in. It was a ridiculous thought, I know, but that's how trapped I felt. I wanted answers, real ones, not just the dark feelings and the strange noises. I began to dig deeper into the history of the house and the property. What had happened here? Had anyone lived in this basement? Was there some tragedy buried beneath the floorboards or behind the walls? I went to the local library and pored over old records, maps, and newspapers. The house had been built around 1910, according to the deeds, on land that had once been farmland. Nothing too unusual. No reports of deaths or disappearances connected to the property. Just normal life moving forward, with families coming and going. Still, I kept finding little oddities in the documents. The previous owners had sold the house rather suddenly. One family left after just a year, citing unexplainable occurrences and a feeling of being watched. But no one in the neighborhood seemed to talk about the house. It was as if it was forgotten, or people chose not to remember. At home, the nights were the worst. I started sleeping with the lights on, the basement door locked tight, and the dog curled up at my feet. Sometimes I heard the breathing again, slow and heavy, like the basement was alive with something unseen. Other times, I heard scratching sounds, like nails or claws scraping the walls, just beyond where I could see. One night, I got up to check on the dog and found her staring intently at the basement door, growling softly. As I reached to calm her, the lights flickered and went out. The house was plunged into darkness. I fumbled for my phone to use its flashlight, heart pounding as I shone the light toward the door. Then I saw it, the faint outline of a handprint pressed low on the basement window's glass, like someone had been trying to reach out, to touch the world beyond. The handprint was pale and cold-looking, almost translucent, and there was no way it could have been left by me or my partner. I backed away slowly, feeling the walls close in. The dog whimpered and moved closer, pressing her body against mine for comfort. I felt trapped, like the house was closing in, whispering secrets I was not meant to hear. That same week, I noticed something else. Small objects in the basement started to move on their own. A hammer I left on a shelf would be found on the floor. Nails spilled out of a box I had sealed tightly. Even my phone would sometimes ring with no one on the other end. I began to keep a notebook, writing down everything that happened, no matter how strange or mundane. It was a way to keep my mind grounded, to create some order out of the chaos. The entries ranged from dog growled at basement door at midnight to found water puddle again, no rain, and heard breathing under the floorboards. One evening I found myself unable to resist the pull of the basement any longer. I took a deep breath, grabbed a flashlight, and slowly descended the stairs, the dog trailing close behind. The air was thick and damp, and the beam of light cut through the shadows, illuminating dust motes floating lazily in the stale air. I reached the corner near the window and knelt down to examine the puddles again. This time, I noticed the water was unusually cold, colder than the basement air itself. I touched the surface with my finger and recoiled at the sudden chill. That's when I saw the scratches again, fresh and deeper this time, etched into the concrete beneath the window. They were jagged, like desperate marks made by something trying to escape or warn me. A cold breath brushed my neck, and I whipped around, flashlight swinging wildly. Nothing was there, only the still darkness and the faint sound of dripping water. The dog growled low and steady, her eyes locked on the far corner, where the crawlspace door sat slightly ajar once more. My hands shook as I approached the door. I pushed it open cautiously and peered inside. The crawlspace was small and cramped, filled with dirt and old pipes. The beam of light revealed nothing but shadows and dust. Suddenly, I heard a soft noise, a low, almost inaudible whisper. I strained to listen but couldn't make out the words. It felt like the house itself was speaking to me, a voice buried beneath the layers of wood and stone. I closed the door slowly and locked it, but the feeling of being watched intensified. I could sense eyes on me, following my every move. I started to research more about phenomena like this. I read stories about houses with restless spirits, entities tied to places where something terrible had happened, or places caught between worlds. Some called it a haunting, others spoke of something darker, a malevolent presence feeding on fear. I talked to neighbors, hoping someone else had experienced strange things, but they all shrugged or changed the subject quickly. No one wanted to talk about it. The house was just an old building to them. The isolation was suffocating. My partner tried to be supportive, but he was also scared. We argued sometimes about what to do. Should we sell the house, move away, or try to confront whatever was there? I couldn't leave. It felt like this was my fight. I had to face the darkness in the basement, the face in the window, and the secrets hidden beneath the floor. One night, I sat on the basement steps with the dog curled beside me. I whispered out loud, "Who are you? What do you want?" The house was silent except for the steady drip of water. Then, just as I was about to stand, I saw it, a shadow flicker just beyond the window, a pale face pressed once again against the glass. I held my breath, heart pounding, and the face seemed to look straight at me. For a moment, I felt a connection, a sorrow and longing that went beyond fear. Then the face vanished. I realized then that this presence was trapped, tied to this place, maybe trying to reach out for help or release. I didn't know how to help, but I knew I couldn't ignore it any longer. The tension in the house kept building like a storm about to break. After seeing that face pressed against the basement window again, I couldn't stop thinking about what it meant. The sadness in those blank eyes, it felt like a silent plea, a message I wasn't sure I was ready to receive. My nights became restless, the shadows in the basement seeming to stretch closer, and the dog's anxious pacing only added to the feeling that something was not right. One morning I decided to reach out for help. I wasn't sure where to start or who to trust, but I found a local woman who specialized in old houses and the histories they carry. She was gentle but knowledgeable, and she agreed to come by and take a look around. I hoped she could offer some explanation, some way to make sense of the things we had experienced. When she arrived, she carried an old leather-bound notebook and a small kit of tools I didn't recognize. We started by walking through the house together, her eyes scanning the walls, the floors, and especially the basement. She listened carefully as I told her about the face in the window, the breathing, the water puddles, and the dog's strange behavior. Her expression grew serious, and she nodded slowly. "I've seen things like this before," she said quietly. "Old houses, remember. They hold on to energy, emotions, even memories of those who lived and died within their walls. Sometimes that energy takes form like the face you've seen. It might be a spirit or something tied to the house's history." I asked if there was a way to help, to ease whatever was there. She explained that sometimes the past needs acknowledgement, a kind of respectful confrontation or ritual to bring peace. She suggested researching the original owners and any events connected to the property that might have left a mark. That evening I dove back into the archives, this time with a new purpose. I uncovered names and stories, families who had lived in the house, births, deaths, hardships, and losses. One name stood out, a young man who had disappeared decades ago, rumored to have vanished without a trace in the very area near the basement. The locals whispered about his ghost haunting the property, and some spoke of a strange figure that would appear at the basement window. The story hit me hard. Could the face we saw be his? Was it a trapped soul trying to reach out to someone who would listen? I felt a mixture of fear and compassion. Whatever this was, it was not here to harm, but maybe to be understood. That night, with the woman's guidance, we prepared a simple ritual. We lit candles, spoke softly, and left offerings near the basement window, a way to invite peace and connection. My partner was skeptical, but joined in, hoping it might help us find closure. We waited in the quiet darkness, the dog resting by our side but still alert. The air grew heavy, and I thought I heard whispers, like the house breathing with us. For a moment, I saw the pale face again, but this time, it seemed less menacing, more like a shadow of a person caught between worlds. The ritual did not end the presence immediately, but it marked a turning point. The breathing noises became less frequent, and the water puddles started to disappear. The dog's growling lessened, and the basement felt a little less cold. Still, the mystery remained. We didn't have all the answers, but we had taken a step toward understanding. The house was no longer just a place of fear. It was a place where stories lived, and sometimes those stories needed to be heard. I realized that living with this presence meant accepting uncertainty. Some things might never be fully explained, but facing them with openness and care could bring a fragile peace. The basement window no longer felt like a barrier, but a threshold, a place where the past and present met. And for the first time I felt ready to meet whatever was on the other side with respect, not fear. Life continued, slowly returning to normal, but I never forgot the face behind the basement window. It was a reminder that some histories linger, and sometimes all they ask for is to be seen. After the ritual, things began to shift in ways I hadn't fully expected. The house still had its creaks and groans, but the oppressive feeling that had weighed on us lifted slightly. The dog's anxiety lessened too, and she was able to relax again in her favorite spots. Yet, despite these improvements, I couldn't shake the feeling that we hadn't yet reached the full story. The presence behind the basement window remained elusive, like a half-remembered dream just out of reach. I started spending more time in the basement, not out of bravery but necessity. There were repairs to finish, insulation to install, and countless other projects to keep the house livable and safe. Each time I descended those steps, I felt a cold rush of air greet me at the bottom, a reminder that this space held more than just dust and cobwebs. Sometimes, when the light was just right, I thought I saw a shape moving beyond the glass, but when I turned, nothing was there. My partner and I talked often about what we were experiencing. He was more pragmatic, pushing me to keep focused on the work, to not let the unknown consume me. But I could tell he, too, was affected by the subtle changes, the way the air would drop in temperature suddenly, or how the basement door sometimes creaked open on its own. We agreed to stay vigilant, but not let fear dictate our lives. One weekend, I invited the woman who had helped us with the ritual back to the house. She wanted to perform a more thorough blessing, a ceremony designed to bring lasting peace to the space. I welcomed her with cautious hope. We spent the day preparing, clearing out clutter and making space for the ceremony. I was nervous, but determined to do whatever it took to calm the restless energy that lingered. As dusk settled, we gathered in the basement. The woman lit candles, burning sage and sweetgrass to cleanse the air. Her voice was steady and soothing as she chanted prayers and ancient blessings, asking for protection and release. The dog sat quietly at my feet, her eyes reflecting the flickering candlelight. During the ceremony, I felt a deep vibration in the air, almost like the house itself was responding. The shadows seemed to shift, and for a moment I thought I saw the pale face again, but this time it was distant, fading like mist. It was as if the spirit was slowly loosening its grip, ready to move on. After the blessing, the house felt lighter. The basement no longer felt like a prison, but a space ready for new life. The water puddles under the window vanished completely, and the strange noises faded to silence. My partner and I finally slept through the night without waking in panic. Still, the experience left a mark on us. We realized that old houses carry the weight of history, some of it joyful, some tragic, and some just waiting to be acknowledged. Living with that understanding gave me a new appreciation for the place we called home. In the weeks that followed, I made it a habit to sit by the basement window, not with fear, but with a quiet curiosity. I thought about the person whose face we had seen, trapped behind that glass, and I hoped they had found peace. Sometimes, when the light caught the window just right, I imagined that face smiling faintly before fading away. I shared our story with a few close friends, careful to choose those who would listen without judgment. Their reactions varied, some skeptical, some fascinated, but it was a relief to speak aloud the experiences that had haunted me for so long. Talking about it made it less frightening and more real. The dog returned to her playful self, chasing sunbeams and curling up by the fireplace. Her transformation was a reminder that even the smallest companions sense what we often cannot, and that their instincts can guide us toward understanding. Our home no longer felt like a battleground, but a place where the past and present intertwined, where mysteries existed alongside everyday life. I still keep an eye on that basement window, but now I see it as a symbol not of fear, but of connection. It taught me that sometimes what frightens us is simply waiting for someone to listen, and in listening, we find a way to heal. The house had settled into a quiet rhythm after the blessing, but the memory of that pale face behind the basement window lingered in my mind like a quiet whisper. I found myself drawn to the basement more often, no longer out of fear, but from a sense of respect and curiosity. The shadow that had once haunted the corners seemed to have softened, as if whatever it was had finally found some peace, or had simply accepted its place in the quiet darkness. Even though the water no longer pooled beneath the window and the heavy breathing had stopped, I sometimes caught myself glancing toward that corner, half expecting to see that pale, expressionless face. It was strange to feel a kind of connection to something I could never fully understand. Sometimes I wondered if the presence had been trying to tell me something all along, maybe a story of loneliness, loss, or unfinished business. The house had its creaks and groans as any old place would, but none of them carried the same weight they once did. I started to feel a new sense of ownership and belonging, as if the house and I had come to an uneasy truce. It was still old and imperfect, but now it felt like home, not just for me and my partner, but for whatever had lived within those walls before us. I shared what we had learned with my partner one evening as we sat by the fireplace. He listened carefully, a hint of relief in his eyes now that the unexplained had shifted from terrifying to mysterious, from threat to something almost beautiful in its sadness. We agreed that some things are meant to be part of our lives, even if we never fully understand them. Over time, the neighborhood began to change as well. New families moved in, curious about the old house that had once been a source of quiet fear. We made friends with neighbors, told a few stories here and there, always careful to balance truth with the unexplainable. Most accepted the house for what it was, a relic of the past with its secrets, its memories, and its spirits. One day, while tending the garden, I noticed something odd near the basement window. There, resting on the windowsill, was a single small white feather. It was delicate and perfect, unlike any feather I had seen before. I picked it up gently, feeling a strange calm wash over me. I took it inside and placed it on the mantel, a quiet tribute to the presence that had haunted the basement for so long. I realized then that the feather was a symbol not just of departure but of transformation. Something had moved on, leaving behind a piece of itself as a reminder that it had once been there. I felt grateful for the experience, for the lessons about fear, acceptance, and the thin line between the seen and unseen. The dog, who had been our faithful companion through it all, seemed to understand too. She would sometimes sit by the basement window, looking out at the garden with soft eyes, as if remembering someone who was no longer there. Her presence was a comfort, a reminder that life and mystery often coexist quietly side by side. Our life in the house went on, filled with ordinary moments and occasional glimpses of the extraordinary. We learned to live with the unknown, embracing it not as a threat, but as part of the fabric of our home. One night, I stood by the basement window, the house quiet around me. The moon cast a pale light over the garden, and the air was still. I breathed deeply and whispered a thank you not for an answer, but for the journey. The face behind the basement window had changed me. It taught me about patience, about listening to what is not said, and about finding peace in the places where shadows live. It was a story without a clear ending, but that was the point. Life, like the house, is full of mysteries that we carry with us. I closed the window gently, feeling the weight lift just a little more, The house was no longer a place of fear, but a home filled with quiet memories and a lingering sense of wonder. And that was enough. This is going to sound ridiculous, but I need to write it down. I haven't told anyone yet, not really, not properly. A few comments here and there, but nothing specific. I think part of me was hoping it would just stop on its own, but it hasn't. And now I'm at the point where I'm more scared of staying quiet than I am of someone calling me mad. So yeah, here it is. Every morning for the past 2 weeks, I've been waking up to handprints on the inside of my bedroom window. Not the outside, the inside. At first I didn't think much of it. I figured it was just condensation. You know how it is, weather gets cold, air inside gets warm, glass fogs up. Maybe I touched it without thinking. Maybe I rolled over in my sleep and left a smear. It happens, especially in old flats like mine where the insulation's not great and the windows sweat a bit overnight. So the first time I noticed it, I wiped it clean with my sleeve and forgot about it. Then it happened again and again. Always the same thing, faint handprints, greasy looking, not wet, not sticky, just smudges that picked up the light in a way you wouldn't notice unless you were looking right at them. Sometimes it was just one hand, sometimes two, but always low on the glass, like someone crouching, and always facing in. That's what started to get to me. They weren't pressed from the inside out. They were facing me, like someone had been looking in. That would be one thing if it were on the outside, maybe a drunk kid passing by, a curious neighbor's kid, something normal, but these weren't outside. They were behind the glass, where only I should be. I tested it more than once, cleaned the window completely, watched the condensation build, waited to see if anything appeared on its own. Nothing. Clean, normal. Then I'd wake up the next morning and there they were again. Same prints, same shape, same position. I tried not to spiral. I told myself maybe I was doing it in my sleep. Maybe I was pacing, reaching for the glass, trying to check outside without remembering. That theory held up for a while until I noticed something else. The handprints were too small. Not child size, but smaller than mine. The fingers were narrower. The palms were shorter. I held my own hand up to the marks, and the difference was obvious. So now I was really paying attention. I started sleeping with the blinds half open so I could see the window from the bed. I set alarms to wake me up at different times through the night, just to see when the prints might appear. I cleaned the glass before going to bed, wrote the date in the corner with my finger. It always rubbed off when the new prints showed up. By the end of the first week, I was exhausted. I was barely sleeping, and when I did, it was restless and short. I kept jerking awake, thinking I'd heard something, a knock, a breath, a shuffle, just outside the door. But there was never anything there. The next step seemed obvious. I bought one of those cheap, motion-activated lights, the kind you stick to a window or wall, and it flashes when something moves in front of it. I placed it just outside, facing the window directly. The theory was simple. If anything moved past the glass, the light would trigger. I'd wake up, maybe catch something. The first night I used it, nothing happened. Second night, same thing. No flash, no noise. Just more fingerprints when I opened the blinds in the morning. That was when I stopped feeling like I was imagining it, because I was actively watching now. I was documenting things, taking pictures even. I had timestamps. It wasn't just in my head anymore. The light wasn't catching anything, but something was still getting through. So last night, I stayed awake. No alarms, no half-asleep guessing. I made coffee. I set myself up with a blanket on the end of the bed, faced the window, left the blinds open all the way. It was raining slightly, just that light mist that floats under streetlights. It made the glass look foggy, blurred the edges of everything outside. Nothing happened for hours. I scrolled, I read, I checked the light, still working. I could see the tiny sensor flash when I waved at it. 3 o'clock, then 3:30, then 4. And then at 4:06 I saw it. Not a person, not a shape, just the prints. They started to appear right in front of me. First one hand, then the other. Pale marks, slowly pressing against the inside of the window. Not all at once, it was like they were being laid there finger by finger, like someone was leaning in gently, letting each part of their hand settle softly into the glass. I froze. There was nothing in the room. No movement, no breeze, no reflection I could see. Just the prints forming slowly in the mist. And then, very quietly, right next to me, I heard a whisper. Close enough that I felt the air shift. It said, "You see me now." That's when I got up. Not fast. Just moved backward, still watching the window, still not seeing anything but the prints. I didn't turn around. I didn't want to. I slept with the light on after that. Well, I lay down with the light on. I don't think I actually slept. The next morning felt unreal. I stood by the window for what must have been 20 minutes, just staring at the marks. I had watched them appear. I knew no one had touched the glass. I had not moved from the bed. I had seen them form, slowly, in real time. But now, in daylight, it was like the moment had never happened. They were faint, fainter than usual maybe. Still that greasy sort of smudge, like someone had been pressing the flat of their hand into the fogged glass and dragging downward. One hand slightly lower than the other, not smeared, just placed, deliberate. And the whisper, that voice, I hadn't dreamed it. I hadn't fallen asleep, not even for a second. I remembered exactly how it had sounded. Close, too close. Not loud, but not distant either. It was like the words had slid right up next to my ear before disappearing into the room behind me. You see me now. I didn't know what to do with that. I did what I always do when I don't know how to feel. I cleaned, took out the glass cleaner, wiped every inch of the window until there wasn't a single trace left, washed the cloth afterward, dried the sill, checked the frame. Nothing unusual, no cracks, no drafts, just clean glass and that deep, nagging sense that something was going to come back. By noon I was convincing myself I had hallucinated it. Lack of sleep, maybe. The kind of thing your brain does when you're overtired and jittery. Except that didn't explain the prints. I hadn't touched the window. I had been watching it the entire time. My hands had stayed in my lap. I kept the blinds shut for most of the day. I didn't want to look out. I didn't want to risk seeing something looking in. I also didn't want my neighbors to see me staring at nothing. Eventually, I went out to the shop just to get some air, brought back coffee, milk, snacks I didn't need, anything to feel normal again. Being outside helped for a little bit. I almost forgot how tightly wound I had been. The street looked like any other day. People coming and going, rain clinging to rooftops, a faint smell of petrol in the air. Familiar, unremarkable. That night, I didn't stay up. I told myself I would, but around midnight I started to feel heavy, like the lack of sleep was finally catching up. I still left the blinds open, though, still set my phone to record. I didn't want to wake up again with no clue what had happened. I dreamed something strange. Not a nightmare exactly, just a repeating image. Hands, dozens of them, pressing gently against the glass, not pounding or scratching, just touching, the way someone might push against a surface to test if it would move. And in the background, fog, thick and yellow-gray, the kind that makes everything feel distant even when it's close. I woke up at 6. Sun was already up, light stretching through the blinds. I sat up slowly and looked at the window. New prints, same size, same shape. Except this time, there were more of them. 3 on one side, 2 on the other, staggered slightly, like someone had pressed their hands against the glass and then shifted positions. The marks were clearer too, more defined. I could almost see the outline of the fingers, the slight bend where the palm met the wrist. I checked the video on my phone. It had recorded the entire night. No gaps, no power cuts, and nothing happened on it. No movement, no prints forming. Just me lying there, tossing and turning a few times, the window behind me staying still. I watched it twice. Still nothing. But the prints were there in the morning. I started to wonder if whatever this was, if it even was something could tell when it was being watched. The idea made my stomach turn. I didn't know how else to explain it. When I had been watching directly, the prints appeared in front of me, but when I tried to record them, nothing happened. The motion sensor outside still hadn't triggered either. It was working. I tested it every night. I even changed the batteries just to be sure. But it never flashed once. No birds, no wind, no movement. And yet the prints kept showing up. That day I didn't go out. I stayed in, curtains drawn, pacing from room to room. I tried to distract myself, music, phone calls, cleaning again. Nothing helped. I kept thinking about the prints. That whisper, the slow, dragging motion I'd seen the night before. I even tried calling a friend, but I couldn't bring myself to say the words out loud. I danced around it, mentioned not sleeping well, made a joke about the weather being creepy. She laughed. Said I needed rest, said I was probably just run down. Maybe she was right. But that night, something else happened. Around 2:30, I was half asleep when I heard a click. It came from the hallway. I sat up straight in bed, heart racing, trying to pinpoint the sound. Then I heard the second click. The lock on the front door, not the deadbolt, the latch. I got up, slowly, careful not to make noise. I didn't turn the lights on. I just stood in the bedroom doorway and listened. I swear I could hear breathing. Not heavy, just slow, controlled. I stayed frozen in place for what felt like hours. Eventually the sound stopped. I checked the door. Still locked. But the window. The prints were already there. I didn't move for a long time. After I saw the prints that night, fresh ones, clearer than ever, even with the room still dim, I just stood there in the doorway staring at them. I hadn't turned on the light yet. I didn't want to. Somehow it felt like doing that would make it worse, like it would acknowledge something I wasn't ready to face. There was no question this time. I hadn't been dreaming. I hadn't imagined anything. The lock had clicked, twice, the way it always does when someone comes in or out, but no one had. I checked the door over and over, still locked, still bolted. I even pulled it open just to be sure, like maybe something had slipped out before I got up, but the hallway was silent. Still. The way it gets around 3 in the morning, when the world feels thinner and quieter than it should. I went back to the window. The prints weren't where they had been before. They had shifted slightly, as if whoever was doing this had been moving while they touched the glass. Like they had leaned in, then stepped slightly to the left. Then right. One set of fingers had smudged across the glass in a curved line, as if tracing something. I didn't clean them right away. I stood in front of the window and tried to line up my own hand to the marks. Not even close. The size was different again. Too thin, too narrow. The fingers almost graceful in shape, like they belonged to someone smaller, maybe younger, but definitely not me. I turned the lights on, every one of them, left them burning all night. I sat in the kitchen until sunrise, staring at the back door, which I now realized I hadn't even checked. But it was locked, too. I checked all the windows again, every latch, everything was shut. It was like whatever this was didn't care about doors, or locks, or whether I was awake or not. The next day, I called in sick. I couldn't focus, couldn't hold a thought long enough to type an email. I kept looking at the window. I tried not to, but I did. Every time I walked past, I checked to see if the prints had returned, even though it was still daylight. They hadn't. But the feeling had. That pressure in the air, that sense of someone standing just behind you when you're not looking. It stuck around like humidity, like a smell you can't place. That night, I didn't want to sleep in the bedroom. So I moved to the couch. I pulled the curtains in the living room halfway closed, enough to see out but still feel like I had some cover. I left the kitchen light on. I brought the flashlight with me and placed it on the coffee table next to my phone. And I waited. I wasn't trying to catch anything this time. I wasn't trying to be clever. I just didn't want to be taken by surprise. That was the worst part, how passive it made me feel. Like I was a background character in my own flat, just watching strange things happen around me with no say in any of it. I must have nodded off at some point, because I woke up to the sound of breathing. Not loud, not aggressive, but there. It was so close that at first I thought it was mine, that maybe I had been dreaming about it and carried the sound into waking, but I held my breath, and the sound kept going. Slow, rhythmic, measured. It was coming from the other side of the room. Not near the window this time. Near the hallway. I sat up, heartbeat pounding behind my eyes. The living room was still lit by the kitchen glow, just enough to cast long shadows across the carpet. I grabbed the flashlight and turned it on, swept the beam across the wall toward the door. No one. But the breathing stopped the second I moved, like it had never been there. I didn't sleep again. That morning, there were no new prints on the bedroom window, but there was one on the hallway mirror, high up, near the top right corner, almost too high for me to reach without stretching. It was just a single palm, flat and smeared slightly downward, like someone had placed their hand there and slowly slid it. I tried to recreate it. My hand didn't match the angle, and it wasn't foggy in the hallway. There was no condensation, no heat difference, just the print, sitting there like a question. That was the day I started to consider something I hadn't before. What if this wasn't a ghost? I had been operating under the assumption that this was a haunting, a presence, something invisible but intelligent, trying to be seen. But now I wasn't so sure, because it felt closer than that. It felt like someone, not something. I started researching. Not supernatural stuff, not at first. I looked into break-ins, stalkers, anything that might explain what I was experiencing. I looked up cases where people had found out they were being watched without knowing it. I found a few, mostly horror stories on forums, probably made up, but a few stuck out. Stories where people found footprints in the attic dust, where food went missing from the fridge, where people realized too late that someone had been living nearby under the house or inside the walls. I didn't have an attic. I didn't have a basement either, but I started checking all the places I hadn't before. Behind the boiler, inside the old laundry cupboard, I pulled out drawers and opened the back panel under the sink. Nothing. Everything was clean, dusty, still. And yet the feeling hadn't gone. That night, I stood in the hallway for an hour. Lights off. Just waiting. And I swear at one point, I felt someone standing behind me. Not close, just outside reach. I didn't turn around. I just walked to the kitchen and stayed there until morning. I started keeping the television on at night, just low-volume background noise, usually some old nature documentary or a rerun of a show I did not have to follow too closely, anything with voices. Silence had started to make me nervous in a way it never had before. I used to like the quiet. Now it felt like it was waiting for something, or someone. The mirror stayed untouched for 2 days. No new prints. Nothing else moved or out of place. I actually started to think maybe whatever this was had passed through and left. I almost let myself believe it. But then the 5th night came. I had not been in the bedroom since the first whisper. I was still sleeping on the couch, if you could even call it that. It was more like short bursts of half-sleep, eyes closed but ears still on full alert. That night, I heard something new. It started just after 3. A sound like cloth dragging across the floor. Not loud, but steady. Not scratching, just a soft shift. I sat up instantly, heart already pounding, and listened. It came again, this time from the kitchen. I stood and waited. My flashlight was still on the table. I picked it up and moved slowly across the room, bare feet trying not to creak the floorboards too much. I was halfway to the doorway when it stopped. No movement, No sound. I flicked the light on. The kitchen was empty, but one of the cabinet doors was open. Only slightly. It was the one under the sink, the one I had checked a few days ago, when I started thinking maybe someone had been hiding. I walked over, pulled it open fully, crouched down, and aimed the flashlight inside. Nothing. Same cleaning bottles, same folded cloths, same dust in the corners. But the door had definitely been closed earlier. I closed it again, slowly, firmly, listened, waited. The air felt thick, like it does before a thunderstorm. I couldn't hear anything, but I could feel something, like the moment right before someone speaks your name. I left the light on that night. In every room. The next morning, the mirror had another print. Not high up this time. This one was right in the middle, a set of fingers pressed harder than before, so clear I could see the individual ridges where they curved. I almost called someone then. Almost. But what would I say? That a ghost was touching my glass? That someone invisible had been wandering around my flat, leaving oily fingerprints? I stood in front of the mirror for a long time. Then I did something I still don't really understand. I pressed my own hand into the print. Palm flat, fingers aligned as best I could. It was cold. Not the glass, the air. Just for a second. Like the temperature around my skin dropped the moment I touched it. Then it was gone. I pulled my hand away, and the print, the other one, had started to fade. I didn't even wipe it. It just faded on its own, like it had never been there. I spent the rest of the day trying to shake that feeling of touching something, not a surface, something else, like pressing your hand into the air and finding a pulse there. That night, I blocked the mirror with a blanket, pinned it up across the wall with tape, made sure the fabric was thick enough that I could not see anything behind it. Then I did the same with the bedroom window. I had already been avoiding it, but now I just wanted it gone from sight. I even unplugged the television. I could not listen to voices anymore. I wanted silence now, but not the natural kind. I wanted the kind that lets you hear what's really moving around. It was after midnight when I heard the whisper again. This time it came from behind the blanket. Same tone, same pitch, but a different sentence. It said, "I know you see me." Not loud, not angry, just said, as if we were already in the middle of a conversation. I sat perfectly still. Then it said it again. "I know you see me." And the blanket moved. Only a little. Just enough to shift at the bottom corner, like someone had breathed against it from the other side. I didn't look. I couldn't. I picked up the flashlight, pointed it at the blanket, and just kept it there. The fabric stilled. No more sound. No more whisper. But I left the light on it all night. By morning, the blanket hadn't moved again. I pulled it down slowly, half expecting to find new prints, or worse, nothing at all. But there was nothing. Just the mirror. Clear. Clean. Too clean. That was the first time I felt it, that whatever was happening wasn't just about fear. It was about being noticed. About attention. It wanted to be seen, not in full, not directly, but known, acknowledged. I think blocking the mirror made it angry. And I think it spoke again just to remind me it was still here, still watching, still reaching. So now I am stuck in this place where I am afraid of seeing it, and more afraid of what might happen if I stop looking. I don't know which is worse. After the blanket shifted, I stopped sleeping. I don't just mean I stayed up late or had trouble drifting off. I mean I stopped even trying. Something in me just clicked over into this state of constant alert, like my body had decided sleep wasn't worth the risk anymore. I stopped turning off the lights at night. I started sitting upright in the chair by the kitchen table, sometimes for 5 or 6 hours, just staring down the hallway. I don't even remember feeling tired anymore, just wired. My thoughts would wander in circles, never really landing anywhere useful. I'd think about the prints, the whispers. That single sentence I kept hearing over and over again, "I know you see me." I kept asking myself what that meant, not just the words, but the fact that it had said them, that it wanted me to hear them, that it wanted me to know that it knew I had been watching. It didn't feel random. It felt like part of something bigger that I couldn't see. For 2 nights after that, nothing new happened. I thought maybe I had gone far enough, that covering the mirror and not speaking out loud anymore had stopped whatever it was from getting stronger. That maybe the thing in the flat or near the flat had decided I was no longer giving it what it wanted. But on the 3rd night, the window in the kitchen fogged up. I didn't see it happen, but I noticed it around 3 in the morning when I walked past to refill my glass. It was strange because the temperature in the flat hadn't changed, and none of the other windows had fogged. Just that one. I stepped closer, and that was when I saw it. The print was already there. A hand again, but this time the fingers were spread wider, pressed harder, almost like it had slammed its palm into the glass and left it there. There was a small line dragging down from one of the fingers, like it had slid slowly, not all the way down, just enough to make a streak. I stood there for a long time, just staring at it. I didn't clean it this time. I wanted to see what would happen if I left it. The next morning, the print was gone. Not faded. Gone. And there was a different one on the opposite side of the same window. That one was smaller, 2 fingers side by side, the rest of the hand not visible. Like someone had stood outside watching and placed only 2 fingers on the glass as if to say, "I can still touch this too." The thing that got to me most wasn't the prints themselves. It was how intentional they had become. These weren't random smudges or marks from sleepwalking. They were messages, patterns. They were placed to be noticed. That night, I left my phone recording again. Audio only this time. I left it on the table, facing the hallway. I didn't want to film anything. I didn't want to see movement. I just wanted to know if it made noise when I was asleep. I tried to rest for a few hours, curled up on the couch with the hallway light still on, blanket pulled halfway over my face. I didn't really sleep. I just drifted in and out. The next morning, I played the recording. It started with nothing. The usual creaks, the fridge, my own breathing. Then at exactly 3:13, I heard something new. First, the sound of 3 slow taps. They weren't sharp, just dull knocks, like someone pressing gently on wood. Then a whisper. It was not clear, not a word, just a sound, like a breath that almost turned into speech but did not finish. Then silence again. Then the taps returned, this time from closer, louder, but still soft, still careful. And then, finally, one more whisper, this one more distinct. It said, "Almost ready." That was it. The file ended with nothing else. Just that phrase, said so low, I had to turn the volume up to hear it properly. Almost ready. Ready for what? What was it waiting for? Was it me? Was it something I was supposed to do? I started writing everything down after that, not just in my head, not just for this post. I made a physical notebook with dates, times, what happened, what I heard, what I saw. It helped a little. It made it feel like I had some kind of control, like I could map out the pattern. But I could not find one. The only thing that was clear was this. It was getting closer. Not in distance, not exactly, but in intention. Everything was deliberate now, timed, chosen. The mirror, the windows, the kitchen, the whispers. It was not showing itself, but it wanted to be known. It wanted me to understand that it was here. The next night, I heard footsteps. Light ones, soft enough that I questioned it at first. I turned off the television and waited. They stopped. Then started again. From the hallway. Coming toward the living room. I stood up, heart thudding in my chest. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. They stopped just outside the doorway. I could not see anyone, but I could feel it. That same shift in the air, that same drop in temperature, the kind of pressure that makes your skin tighten and your throat close up. Then I heard the last sound I ever expected. Laughter. A single breath of laughter, not loud, not cruel, just amused. Then nothing. I sat down again and waited for morning. I stayed awake for 2 nights after that. Not in the way I had before, drifting in and out. I mean fully awake. Sitting on the floor with my back against the living room wall, lights on, blanket pulled up to my chin, flashlight in one hand and the other gripping a cold cup of tea that I never drank. Every little sound had weight to it. Every creak, every shift in the air, every faint brush of wind outside the window, all of it felt loaded. But nothing happened. No new prints. No whispers. No breathing. By the 3rd night, my body was giving up. I could feel it in the way my thoughts kept looping, the way my eyes burned even when I blinked, the dull ache in the back of my neck from sitting too still for too long. I knew I couldn't keep going like that. Whatever it was, ghost, hallucination, intruder, something worse, it wanted me to unravel, and it was working. So I did something that might sound strange, but at the time, it felt like the only option I had left. I talked to it. Out loud. It was nearly 4 in the morning. I was alone. The window was clear. The mirror was still covered. Nothing was moving. The flat was dead silent. And I just said, "I see you. I know you're here." And I waited. Nothing. so I kept going. I don't know what you want, but I don't want this anymore. Still nothing. I started talking to it the way you might talk to something in a dream, not commanding it, not challenging it, just naming it, saying it out loud so it didn't feel so impossible. If you want to be seen, fine, you've been seen. The words felt ridiculous. I was half expecting to laugh, but I didn't, because the air had changed, again. It got heavier. Not colder, just dense, like the pressure dropped in the room. I stood up. My knees ached from being bent so long, but I ignored it. I walked into the bedroom and pulled down the blanket covering the mirror. Nothing. Then I walked to the window and opened the blinds. Still nothing. But when I turned around to head back to the living room, I saw something that stopped me cold. On the wall, just above the skirting board, there was a handprint. It wasn't greasy like the others. It looked burned, like a faint black smudge pressed into the paint itself. The shape of a palm, long fingers, slightly spread apart, not dripping, not fading, just there. As if someone had touched the wall with heat instead of moisture. And beside it, drawn carefully in what looked like the same soot or ash, were 3 words. You know now. That was it. I didn't sleep that night either. I just sat on the floor and stared at those words until the sun came up. My stomach was in knots. My thoughts kept circling back to what I had said, that I saw it, that I acknowledged it. Was that all it wanted? Was this about being witnessed? I washed the wall the next day. It didn't come off. I tried everything, soap, vinegar, scrubbed it with a rag until the paint started to peel, but that mark stayed. Not fresh, not wet, just part of the wall now. I ended up moving a piece of furniture in front of it, a low cabinet. It covers the print mostly. I still know it is there, but it makes it easier to walk past. That was 2 weeks ago. Since then, nothing. No more handprints. No breathing. No voices. The mirror is still uncovered. The window is open most nights now. I even turned off the motion light outside. It never helped anyway. And I do sleep now. Lightly, but enough. I still wake up early, still check every corner of the room, but nothing new has shown up. It's like it gave up. Or maybe it got what it came for. I've thought about telling someone, a proper conversation, not just hinting or dancing around it like I had before. But I don't think anyone would really understand what it felt like, not unless they had lived through it. And it wasn't loud or violent. It wasn't like the movies. It was quiet, close. Like something curling up next to you in the dark just to see if you notice. And I did notice. That part scares me the most. Not that it was here, but that I knew. Somewhere deep down, I think I always knew it had been building. From the first smudge on the glass, I felt it, that presence, watching, waiting, creeping in from the edges. It never needed to kick down the door. It just waited until I was tired enough to open it myself. And I don't know what it was. A ghost? A trick of the mind? Some weird presence looking for a place to land? I really don't know. But I think about those 3 words a lot. You know now. Not you saw me. Not, I am here. Just that. You know now. And the truth is, I do. I know there are things that sit just outside of what we call real. Things that do not show up on video, that leave no trail, that move without footsteps and whisper without mouths. I know something can press its hand into your life without ever showing its face. So I keep living here. I keep the lights off more often now. I let the dark come in, because knowing doesn't always mean understanding. And maybe that is enough. I know how this sounds, and honestly, I almost didn't post this, but I guess sometimes you just need to get it out there, even if it sounds crazy. It started when I was 9 years old, waiting for the school bus every morning in my neighborhood in Salt Lake City. There was this man. He always wore the same blue coat, and no matter where I looked, he was there, just standing, watching, but never close enough to scare me outright, more like a shadow on the edge of my vision. I told myself it was nothing at first, just some random guy, but the feeling never went away. The odd thing was, he never did anything. No words, no gestures, no attempts to approach me or anyone else. Just that same coat, the same tall frame, and those eyes, hard to describe, but I remember feeling like they could see right through me. I told my parents once, and they told me to stop imagining things. At school, teachers shrugged it off too, and other kids didn't see him, or maybe they just didn't care. But I did. Every morning, that man was there. When my family moved when I was 12, I thought maybe I could leave him behind, that maybe changing neighborhoods would make him disappear, but he didn't. Not long after we settled into our new house, I saw him again, standing across the street, looking right at our front door. I blinked, and he was gone. I ran inside, heart racing, trying to convince myself I was just tired or stressed. But deep down I knew. High school brought its own distractions, but the man in the blue coat kept showing up. At 16, I worked at a small coffee shop after school. One evening, locking up alone, I looked out the window and there he was, standing in the shadow of a streetlight across the road. I thought about calling the police, but wasn't sure what I'd say. That's when I realized the loneliness of my situation, the fear I carried, but couldn't share without sounding insane. College took me far away, miles from Salt Lake City. For a while, I thought maybe distance would help. I lived in a city I barely knew, made new friends, tried to forget the past. But then one night, scrolling through photos from a weekend trip, I noticed something that made my stomach drop. There he was, in the background of a group picture, standing still on a street corner. Blue coat, unmistakable. My friends thought it was a coincidence, a passerby caught in the frame. But I couldn't shake it. That photo was proof, and suddenly the years of denial and fear came crashing back. I started keeping a journal, writing down every sighting, every feeling of being watched. The nights were the worst. I'd wake up, certain something was outside my window, breathing in the dark. I felt exhausted, trapped in a nightmare that never ended. When I met my husband, I hoped the fear would fade. Having someone who loved me should have been enough to feel safe. But even then, sometimes in the quiet moments, I'd catch myself scanning the shadows, wondering if the blue coat was out there somewhere. It was like a ghost I couldn't outrun. Now I'm 33, married, with a 5-year-old daughter who means everything to me. This morning, she came into the kitchen, her small face serious and scared. "Mom, there's a man in a blue coat standing across the street," she said. My heart stopped. I looked out the window, but no one was there. I wanted to tell her it was just her imagination, but the fear I've carried for years told me otherwise. The way she described him, silent, watching, never moving it, was exactly what I'd seen since I was a kid. I'm terrified, honestly, not just for me anymore, but for her. What kind of life is this when you feel watched by something that has followed you across cities, years, and time? Sometimes I wonder if it's a real person obsessed with me, a stalker so patient and careful he stayed hidden all these years. Or maybe it's a curse, something passed down through my family, a shadow repeating itself in my life and now my daughter's. Or maybe my mind has twisted memories and fears into something darker than reality. I don't know the answer. I only know I can't ignore it anymore. For the past 24 years, this blue coat has been a silent presence, always just out of reach, but impossible to forget. And now it's part of my daughter's world, too. I'm sharing this because I'm scared, but also because maybe someone else out there knows this feeling. Maybe someone else has felt watched or followed by something that won't let go. I don't have answers yet. I just want to be heard. After my daughter told me about the man in the blue coat standing across the street, I couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't just something from my past. It had crossed over into my present, into my family's life. For years, I'd tried to ignore it or explain it away as paranoia or imagination, but hearing it come from her scared me in a way nothing else had. It was like a slow, creeping cold that settled deep in my chest. That day, I kept looking out the windows, trying to catch a glimpse of him, but the street was empty. Just normal sounds of neighbors, cars passing, and birds chirping. Still, I couldn't convince myself the blue coat was gone. The silence felt unnatural, as if it were holding its breath. I wanted to tell myself it was nothing, just some guy in a blue jacket who happened to be outside, but I knew better. That coat was a symbol of fear, a constant reminder of something I had tried to bury for years. I wanted to talk to my husband about it, to make him understand the weight I was carrying. When I finally did, his reaction was quiet. He didn't dismiss me, which I appreciated, but he didn't have answers either. He said maybe it was a coincidence, someone wearing a blue coat in our neighborhood. That maybe I was seeing patterns where none existed. Part of me wanted to believe him. I wanted to believe that maybe I was just tired or stressed from work and parenting. But then I remembered all the times I'd seen that same coat, in different cities and years apart. How it followed me quietly, never threatening but always there. It felt impossible to ignore. That night, lying awake in bed, I couldn't stop thinking about how long this had been going on. Years of fear, worry, and watching over my shoulder. I felt tired, worn down by the constant vigilance. The darkness in the room pressed in around me as memories flashed through my mind, seeing that tall figure in the distance, feeling his gaze like a weight on my back. I started keeping a small notebook by my bed, jotting down every sighting, every feeling. Sometimes I caught glimpses of something blue out of the corner of my eye when I was walking home. Other times I heard the soft shuffle of footsteps that stopped when I turned around. It was like a ghost that refused to rest. The next day, I showed my husband the photos I had taken, Over the years, the blurry shadows in the background, the faint shape in the corner, wearing that unmistakable blue coat. He looked at them with a mix of concern and skepticism. It was hard to explain years of fear through blurry images, but they were all I had. I reached out to a private investigator, someone who specialized in missing persons and odd cases. I wasn't sure what I expected, but I hoped he could help me find some answers. The idea of someone watching me for decades was terrifying, and I needed help. The investigator was patient and listened without judgment. He asked detailed questions about every sighting, every feeling. We went through my notebook and photos together. He told me that cases like mine were rare but not unheard of. Some people were stalked for years by strangers who never made contact, and others were haunted by shadows from their pasts that defied explanation. He promised to look into it and see if there were any reports of a man in a blue coat following or watching people in the cities I had lived in. He warned me it might be a long and frustrating process, but said he would do his best. While waiting for updates, I tried to focus on my family, but my daughter's words and the memories of the blue coat kept pulling me back. She was so young, and I hated that she was scared. One evening, she asked me if the man in the blue coat was a ghost. I didn't have an answer. I told her I would protect her, and that no one would hurt her. The fear was no longer just mine. It was ours. One night, I left the cameras on around the house, hoping to catch something. The footage was mostly normal trees swaying in the wind, cars passing by. Then, around midnight, a figure appeared near the edge of the yard. It was tall, still, and unmistakably wearing a blue coat. The image was grainy, but it was enough to confirm what I already feared. Watching the footage made my stomach turn. I had proof, but what good was proof if no one would believe me? I debated calling the police, but worried about being dismissed or worse, laughed at. The investigator suggested contacting local authorities with the footage, but he also warned me that without more evidence or a direct threat, they might not act. The system wasn't always designed to handle something like this, a silent watcher who didn't speak, didn't follow directly, but never left. I started taking self-defense classes, not because I expected to face the man, but because I wanted to feel stronger. It helped to have something to control, something tangible I could do to protect myself and my daughter. Days turned into weeks, and the investigator found some leads. Reports from different states mentioned sightings of a man in a blue coat near schools, workplaces, and residential areas. The descriptions matched mine, and in some cases, the man seemed to be watching families like mine. Some of the people who reported him tried to confront him or move away, but the sightings continued. It was like he was a ghost, a shadow bound to follow certain people, or maybe even certain bloodlines. I thought about my own family history and asked my parents if anyone in our family had ever felt watched or had strange experiences. They hesitated, then shared vague stories of unexplained fears and events no one talked about. My grandmother told me about a figure she sometimes saw near their old home, someone who never spoke, but always seemed to be watching. It made me wonder if this blue coat was tied to something deeper, something passed down through generations like a curse or a legacy. All this was overwhelming, but I refused to let it control me. I kept talking openly with my husband and close friends, sharing my fears and the history I was uncovering. Not everyone understood, but it helped me feel less alone. My daughter's drawings of the man in the blue coat started to change. Sometimes he looked sad or lonely, not just frightening. She said he was waiting for something but didn't know how to ask. Her words gave me pause. Maybe this wasn't just a stalker or a threat. Maybe there was something more, a story that needed to be told or a pain that needed to be healed. I didn't know what would come next, but I knew I had to keep going. For her, for myself, and for anyone else who ever felt like they were being watched without reason. Because sometimes the hardest thing is not the fear itself, but finding the courage to face it head on. The private investigator called me one afternoon with news I hadn't quite expected. He said he had located a man who might have some answers. The man lived in a small town not too far from where I grew up, and apparently he had been connected to multiple sightings of the figure in the blue coat. The investigator warned me that this man was reclusive and difficult to approach, but agreed to set up a meeting for us. Part of me was terrified, and part of me felt desperate for any clue that might explain the nightmare that had been my life. When the day came, I drove out to the man's house with a mix of anxiety and determination. The place was isolated, tucked behind towering pines, the kind of spot that looked forgotten by time. The man was sitting on his porch, rocking slowly in an old wooden chair, wearing a worn jacket that wasn't blue, but carried a certain faded weight. His face was lined, eyes sharp but tired, as if he carried decades of stories no one wanted to hear. He didn't greet me with warmth. Instead, he simply nodded and said, "You're the one who's been followed." I nodded back, words caught in my throat. "Yes, for as long as I can remember, and now my daughter sees him too." He studied me for a long moment before motioning for me to sit on a bench nearby. The silence stretched between us, thick and heavy with unspoken things. Finally, he began to speak, his voice low and deliberate. "This figure," he said, "has been appearing for generations. Not just you or your daughter, but many before you. It is neither fully alive nor dead. It is a watcher, bound to the bloodline of those who carry an old debt." I felt a chill settle over me, the kind of cold that has nothing to do with weather. "A debt?" I asked, barely daring to breathe. He nodded. "A wrong committed long ago, something left undone. This watcher follows, not to harm, but to remind. Some see it as a curse, others a warning." I tried to process the idea. Could this blue coat really be tied to something my family had done generations ago? The thought was overwhelming, but it made a strange kind of sense. It explained why the figure had appeared everywhere I had lived, why it watched but never spoke. The man on the porch went on to explain that the watcher did not communicate in words, but in presence. It was an echo of history, a living reminder that some things cannot be forgotten. He shared stories of others who had seen the coat people who lived scattered across the country, each carrying their own burden. I asked if there was a way to end it, to break the cycle. His answer was vague. "It requires facing the past," he said, "acknowledging the debt, seeking forgiveness, and sometimes sacrifice." That sounded impossible, but I knew I couldn't ignore it any longer. After I left, I carried the weight of the conversation with me like a stone in my chest. I thought about the generations before me, the secrets they might have kept, the wrongs they might have committed. Was this why I had been followed? Was this why my daughter was seeing the same figure? Back home, I spent hours digging into my family history. I talked to my parents and grandparents, searching for stories that might explain the watcher's presence. Their memories were patchy, filled with gaps and shadows, but I found hints of an old scandal involving my great-grandfather, a man who had been involved in a betrayal that had torn a community apart. I read letters and old documents, piecing together a story of broken trust and unresolved pain. It seemed like a wound left open, something that might have echoed through the years to reach me. All the while, my daughter's drawings became more detailed. She added faces to the blue coat, sometimes sad, sometimes kind. She said the man was watching over us, waiting for the right moment to rest. Her words were both comforting and heartbreaking. The private investigator continued his work, following leads, checking archives, and talking to people who had reported sightings. He found patterns that suggested the blue coat was not just tied to one family, but to a series of families connected by this old debt. One evening, while reviewing photos from the past, I noticed something strange. In an old family picture from when I was a toddler, I could faintly make out a figure in the background wearing something that looked like a blue coat. My heart raced as I realized the watcher had been near me long before I had any memory. It was overwhelming, the idea that this presence had been part of my life since the beginning, silently observing, waiting. At night, I started having dreams about the watcher. In them, the blue coat was less threatening, more like a guardian lost in time. It showed me flashes of the past people, places, moments tied to the family debt. The dreams were vivid and unsettling, leaving me feeling both afraid and curious. I shared the dreams with my daughter, who said she had them too. We talked about the watcher as if it were a real part of our lives, something we had to understand rather than fear. I also sought help from a therapist who specialized in trauma and anxiety. Talking about the fear, the stalking, and the family history helped me manage the weight of it. The therapist encouraged me to focus on grounding myself in the present and protecting my family from being consumed by fear. Despite all this, there were moments when the watcher felt very close. Sometimes I'd catch a glimpse of blue out of the corner of my eye or feel a chill in a warm room. It was like a presence that never quite left. But I also felt stronger, more determined to face this shadow. I began creating rituals with my daughter, lighting candles, telling stories, and drawing pictures. It helped us take some control, turning fear into something we could confront together. The private investigator called one day with news of a woman who might hold answers. She had grown up in one of the towns where the watcher was seen frequently and claimed to have knowledge of the old debt. I agreed to meet her, hoping she could shed light on the history I was uncovering. Each step I took toward understanding brought a mix of relief and dread. I was no longer alone in this, but the story was far from simple. The watcher, the debt, the family secrets, they were all tangled together in a way that would take time to unravel. For now, I held on to hope. Hope that by facing the past we could find peace. Hope that the watcher might one day rest. And hope that my daughter and I could live without fear shadowing every moment. Meeting the woman who claimed to know more about the watcher felt like stepping deeper into a shadow I had been trying to avoid my entire life. She was older, maybe in her late 60s, with sharp eyes that seemed to look right through me. We met at a quiet cafe in a small town not far from where she grew up. Her hands trembled slightly as she spoke, but her voice was steady. She told me stories passed down through her family whispers of a blue coat that followed certain families, a presence tied to a wrong committed long ago. The details were murky, like fragments of a broken mirror, but the core was clear. This watcher was bound to a debt unpaid, appearing to remind those connected to it that the past was not done with them. She mentioned a curse, but not in the way I imagined. It was less about punishment and more about unfinished business. She said that the watcher was a kind of guardian, forced to roam until the debt was acknowledged and balanced. The blue coat was a symbol of sorrow and regret, not malice. Listening to her made me realize how much I had been alone in carrying this burden. This wasn't just my story. It was something shared by others across generations and places. The idea was comforting in a strange way, like I was part of a long thread connecting past and present. She gave me an old journal, worn and fragile, filled with notes and letters from her ancestors. The writing spoke of promises broken, secrets kept, and a hope that someday the debt would be settled. It felt like a map, a guide through a maze of pain and memory. Back at home, I spent hours reading the journal. Each page revealed new pieces of a puzzle I had only glimpsed before. The debt was tied to betrayal within families, acts of selfishness that had ripple effects far beyond their time. It was a story of people caught in cycles of hurt and regret, with the watcher serving as a reminder that some things could not be forgotten. My daughter listened to parts of the story with wide eyes. She still saw the blue coat sometimes, but now she spoke of him with less fear and more curiosity. She asked questions I didn't always have answers for, but I told her I was learning too. The private investigator brought more news. He had uncovered a record of a man in a blue coat who had lived decades ago, a figure tied to the original wrong that started the debt. The man's life was marked by tragedy and loss, and after his death, the blue coat began to appear to those connected to the families involved. It felt like everything was coming full circle. The watcher was not just a shadow, but a story carried through time, a presence born of pain and unfinished promises. At night, the dreams returned. The watcher appeared, no longer just a distant figure, but someone I could almost reach. In the dreams, he showed me flashes of the past moments of heartbreak, fear, and choices made long ago. They were painful to witness, but necessary, like peeling back layers of old wounds. I started sharing the story with close friends and family. It was hard to talk about something so strange and personal, but I needed support. Some listened with sympathy, others with disbelief, but I no longer felt the need to hide it. One night, my daughter and I lit candles and told stories of the blue coat. We spoke of hope and forgiveness, of breaking cycles and healing wounds. It was a small ritual, but it gave us both comfort. The watcher's presence remained, but it felt less threatening, more like a part of our lives that needed acknowledgement, rather than fear. I began to see changes in myself too. The constant anxiety softened, replaced by a cautious peace. I was learning to live with the watcher, not just run from it. The woman's journal and the investigator's findings gave me a path forward. It would not be easy. Facing the past meant confronting family secrets, long-held pain, and fears I had buried deep. But it was necessary if I wanted to protect my daughter and find freedom. I started reaching out to relatives, asking questions about our family history. Some were reluctant to talk, others were curious, and shared stories I had never heard. It was like opening a door to a room I had been afraid to enter. Through these conversations, I discovered moments of kindness and courage that balanced the darker parts of our history. It gave me hope that the debt could be repaid, that the Watcher could finally rest. Despite this progress, there were still moments of fear. Sometimes when I was alone, I felt the weight of those watching eyes. Shadows moved at the edge of my vision, and the chill of the blue coat lingered in the air. I knew the Watcher was patient. It could wait for as long as it needed, and so could I. I promised myself I would keep moving forward, no matter how hard it got, for my daughter, for my family, and for the hope of breaking free. One evening, as we sat together after telling stories, my daughter looked up at me with a small smile and said, "Maybe he just wants to be friends." Her innocence was a reminder that fear could be transformed into understanding. The Watcher was still here, but maybe, just maybe, so was the chance for peace. After our talks and the rituals, I thought maybe things would calm down. Maybe the Watcher would ease off, or at least fade into the background. But life has a way of reminding you that some things aren't so easily escaped. One late afternoon, while I was picking my daughter up from school, I noticed him again, the man in the blue coat, standing at the edge of the playground, just watching, not moving, not approaching, just observing like he always had. My stomach twisted into knots. I wanted to pull my daughter close, to tell her not to look, but she was calm, almost curious. I felt a strange mix of protectiveness and resignation. This figure had been part of our lives for so long, part menace, part mystery, that I wasn't sure how to face it anymore. That night, I told my husband about the sighting. We talked long into the early morning, trying to piece together what this presence meant and what we could do. He reminded me that while fear is powerful, knowledge and action are stronger. We agreed that ignoring it wasn't an option anymore. The next day, I called the private investigator. I needed answers, or at least guidance. The investigator suggested looking into the original source of the debt more deeply. He recommended a historian who specialized in local family histories and curses, someone who might understand the nuances of these old stories. We scheduled a meeting with the historian, a woman with a quiet presence and deep knowledge of the area's past. She explained how old debts and promises could manifest in stories, rituals, and even in people's lives. She talked about the idea of ancestral memory, how the past lingers in families, shaping their present. She didn't dismiss the Watcher as just superstition. Instead, she treated it as a symbol, a real force shaped by history and emotion. She suggested that acknowledging and honoring the past might be the key to ending the Watcher's hold. I left that meeting feeling both hopeful and overwhelmed. The path ahead was unclear, but it was real, and it was mine to walk. Back home, I focused on my daughter's well-being. She was adjusting to school and friends, and I wanted her to have a childhood free from shadows. But the blue coat still appeared, sometimes in her drawings, sometimes in her stories. She described him as waiting for something, and I wondered if she sensed more than I did. I started keeping a journal again, this time writing with purpose. I recorded our experiences, the stories we heard, and the emotions we felt. It became a way to take control, to document what was happening in case we needed to understand it later. One night, I woke to the sound of footsteps outside my bedroom window. My heart raced as I looked through the curtains, but saw nothing. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of blue, a flicker of the coat disappearing behind a tree. I realized that no matter how much I learned, the watcher was patient. It waited, it observed, and it did not leave easily. The following weeks were a mix of normal family life and moments of unease. I balanced making breakfast, helping with homework, and working, all while feeling the weight of unseen eyes. It was exhausting but also grounding. I refused to let fear control me. One afternoon, while organizing old family photos, I found a picture I had never seen before. It was a group shot from decades ago, with my great-grandfather at the center. Behind him, faint but unmistakable, was the figure in the blue coat, the same tall, silent watcher who had haunted my life. It was proof that this presence had been intertwined with my family long before I was born. That realization was both terrifying and oddly comforting. It connected me to a story much larger than myself. I showed the photo to my daughter, and she smiled softly. "He's always been part of us," she said. Her words reminded me that sometimes accepting something is the first step to changing it. With renewed determination, I reached out to more family members, hoping to uncover forgotten stories or clues that might help. Some were hesitant, wary of stirring up old ghosts. Others shared memories of strange feelings or sightings they had never spoken about. Piece by piece, a picture emerged of a family haunted by past mistakes and the burden of secrets. It was painful but necessary to face. One evening, the watcher appeared again, but this time my daughter saw him too. She held my hand tightly and said, "Mom, I think he's tired." Her innocence and empathy were a balm to my fear. Maybe the watcher wasn't just a threat, but a lost soul caught in time, waiting for peace. We started a new ritual. Every night we lit a candle and spoke to the watcher, acknowledging his pain and asking him to rest. It was strange and a little scary, but it brought a sense of connection rather than fear. The private investigator found more reports linking the blue coat to unresolved tragedies in other families. It seemed the watcher moved between families burdened by old debts, a spectral reminder that the past lingers until confronted. Through therapy, research, and support from loved ones, I learned to live with the watcher not as a prisoner of fear, but as someone carrying a story that needed telling. Some days were harder than others. Sometimes the shadows felt thick and the presence heavy, but in those moments, I reminded myself of the hope I held for my daughter, a future where she could grow without fear. I realized that the watcher's hold wasn't just about me or my family. It was about breaking cycles, healing wounds, and finding light in the darkness. As the days passed, the blue coat's appearances became less frequent, less urgent. The weight on my chest lightened. It felt like we were moving towards something, maybe not an end, but a new beginning. One night, as I tucked my daughter into bed, she whispered, "I think he's saying goodbye." Her words filled me with a bittersweet hope. Maybe after all these years, the watcher was finally ready to rest. The weeks after my daughter's words felt different. It was like a slow, subtle shift in the air, a quiet easing of the tension that had clung to us for so long. I kept seeing glimpses of the blue coat less often, and the heaviness in my chest started to lift. But I also knew that this wasn't just about a figure in a coat disappearing overnight. It was about healing something old and deep, something that had tied itself to my family for generations. One afternoon I sat down with my daughter in the backyard, the sun warm on our faces. We talked about the Watcher, about the stories we had gathered, and about the rituals we had started. She asked questions with the curiosity only a child can have. "Do you think he's finally happy?" she said, twisting a blade of grass between her fingers. I smiled softly and said, "Maybe he is. Or maybe he's just ready to rest now." That night, I lit the candles we always kept by the window. My daughter held my hand as we spoke quietly, asking for peace, for forgiveness, for the chance to move forward. It was a simple act, but it felt powerful, a way to close the chapter on years of fear and uncertainty. The next morning, I woke to an unusual quiet. The usual sounds of the neighborhood were there, but something felt lighter. I looked out the window and didn't see the familiar silhouette of the blue coat waiting across the street. For the first time in decades, it was gone. I felt a strange mix of relief and sorrow. The Watcher had been a constant, a shadow tied to the past, but it was also a reminder that the past never really leaves us until we face it. Over the following months, life began to settle into a new rhythm. The nights were quieter, my daughter laughed more freely, and I could finally breathe without that weight pressing down. The blue coat was no longer part of our daily lives. I continued to explore my family's history, piecing together the stories that had once been hidden. I reached out to relatives, wrote down what I learned, and shared the lessons we had all carried for too long. It was a way to honor the past and make sure it did not control the future. The private investigator remained in touch, telling me about other families with similar stories, other watchers tied to debts and memories. It was comforting to know we were not alone, that healing was possible even when the past seemed too dark to face. One day, while walking with my daughter through a nearby park, she stopped and pointed to a figure in the distance. It was a man in a blue jacket, but this time there was no fear in her eyes. Instead, she smiled and waved. I followed her gaze and realized that the man was simply another person enjoying the afternoon, unaware of the story his coat might carry. I squeezed my daughter's hand and felt a surge of gratitude. We had moved beyond the shadow, beyond the Watcher, into something new. I think the most important thing I learned through all this was about the power of facing fear together. My daughter and I had shared something that could have broken us, but instead, it brought us closer. We learned that some things from the past will follow us, but they do not have to define us. When I look back now, I realize how much strength it took to live with this presence, to seek answers, and to hold on to hope. It wasn't about defeating a ghost or running away. It was about understanding, acceptance, and love. I no longer see the Watcher as something to fear. I see it as a symbol of the ties that bind us, the stories that shape us, and the healing we are all capable of. My daughter still draws pictures of the man in the blue coat from time to time, but they are no longer frightening. Sometimes he is smiling, sometimes he is just standing quietly, watching over us from a distance. And maybe that is how it is meant to be. Life is a mix of light and shadow, of joy and pain. We carry our histories with us, but we also carry the power to change the story. So now, when I see a figure in a blue coat from across the street, or in the background of a photo, I do not freeze or panic. I remember what we have learned. I breathe deeply and remind myself that fear is only part of the picture. Because in the end, we are more than our fears. We are more than the watchers in the shadows. We are the ones who choose to keep moving forward. And that is the real story. This was supposed to be one of those solo resets, the kind where you disappear into the woods for a few days and come back clear-headed, full of fresh air and tired legs. I had been working too much, sleeping too little, and everything in my life had started to feel like white noise. I needed to unplug. So I packed light, just the basics: tent, food, thermal gear, water purifier. I found a trailhead up in Vermont, just a little ways past where the seasonal traffic usually dies off. Not fully backcountry, but not exactly a family-friendly loop either. A lot of locals know about it, but it is not a tourist hotspot. That was the appeal. I arrived just before noon and hiked in for a few hours. Nothing too serious. The trail was damp from recent rain, but not muddy. I picked a campsite not far from a small stream, tucked between some spruce trees. It felt private but not claustrophobic. I set up the tent, unpacked, and cooked a small dinner over the camp stove. The usual stuff. It felt good. I even remember thinking that it was too quiet, not in a creepy way, just in the sense that I had forgotten how much noise the world makes until it all stops. There were no cars, no phones, no humming appliances, just the wind and the trees and the occasional bird making itself known. I went to sleep around 10. It was cold enough to bundle up, but not freezing. I had the rain fly on and my pack zipped up inside the tent with me. I must have dozed off fast because I do not remember tossing or turning. Then I woke up. It was still dark. I did not check the time, but it felt like deep night, the kind where everything is still, except it wasn't. I heard something outside the tent. At first, it sounded like footsteps, very light ones, soft crunching in the leaves. My first thought was deer, maybe raccoons. Animals wander through campsites all the time, especially if they smell food. But then I heard laughter. Quiet, hushed, like someone trying not to be heard and not succeeding. It sounded like kids. That threw me. I was deep enough in the woods that no one would be camping nearby without me knowing. I would have seen another tent. I would have heard voices earlier. This wasn't the kind of area people just stumbled into. I sat up slowly and held my breath. The laughter stopped, and then, clear as anything, I heard a voice. A child's voice. It said, "No, wait, that's," and then it said my name. Not kind of like my name, not close. It said it exactly. First name, pronounced right. I froze. Not out of some dramatic fear, just completely locked up, like my brain couldn't decide what to do. I didn't even reach for anything. I just sat there in the dark, listening. I didn't hear anything after that. No more laughter, no footsteps, no whispers. Eventually, I must have passed out again. I don't remember lying down. I just remember blinking, and suddenly it was light outside. The sun was up. Birds were making noise again. Everything felt normal, but my chest was tight and my back hurt from the way I had slept, curled up and stiff. I unzipped the tent and stepped outside, already trying to convince myself I had dreamed the whole thing. Maybe I had woken up halfway from a nightmare and my brain filled in the rest. Then I saw the handprints. There were dozens of them, small, clearly from children, pressed into the soft dirt around the tent, all sides, some overlapping, some right near the entrance flap. They were not adult hands. I could tell by the spacing and the length of the fingers, too small, too round. I stared at them for a long time, not touching anything, just counting them and trying to figure out how they got there. That is when I noticed the photograph. It was sitting just inside the edge of the tent flap, like it had been slid there carefully. A Polaroid. In the photo, I was asleep in my sleeping bag, head turned to the side, completely unaware. And behind me, standing in the tent's opening, were 4 children. They looked maybe 8 to 10 years old, 2 boys, 2 girls, all pale, all wearing plain clothes, nothing weird or old-fashioned, just normal, except their expressions were off. Not smiling, not scowling, just watching. Their eyes were locked on me in the photo, not on the camera, on me. And the worst part was that the photo wasn't blurry. It wasn't grainy. It was perfectly framed, perfect lighting, like whoever took it knew exactly what they were doing, like it was staged. I sat down hard and just stared at the picture. There was no message, no mark, just the image and the handprints and the cold morning air around me. I packed up not long after that. I didn't eat. I didn't even boil water. I just shoved everything back into my pack, folded the tent with shaking hands, and got the hell out. I checked the trail 100 times on the way back, listening for movement, for voices. I didn't see anyone, not a single person the whole hike out. When I reached the lot, mine was still the only car there. That's when I knew this wasn't a prank, not some local kid sneaking around. It was something else, something that made no noise when it left, something that knew my name and knew when I was asleep. I have no explanation for it. I didn't tell anyone for a long time. I still don't talk about it in person, but I kept the Polaroid. It's in a drawer in my house, wrapped in an old towel so I don't have to look at it. But sometimes I still do. And every time those 4 faces are still watching. I kept telling myself not to overreact. That was the phrase I kept coming back to. Do not overreact. Even as I stood there holding that Polaroid and staring down at all those little handprints in the dirt, I kept hearing that voice in my head like some kind of loop. You're tired. You imagined the voice. You dreamed the laugh. The photo is weird, sure, but maybe it's a leftover from someone else's prank or art project or something. But I knew better. I have been camping alone enough times to know what the woods sound like, what normal wildlife does, what it feels like to wake up from a dream versus waking up to something outside your tent. And this wasn't a dream. I was awake. I felt the air change. I remember the way the laughter stopped the second I moved. I didn't go straight home after I hiked out. I drove for about 20 minutes until I found a gas station with a half-lit sign and a coffee machine that tasted like melted plastic. I sat in the car for a while with the Polaroid in my lap, just looking at it again. It hadn't changed. It didn't fade or warp like maybe I hoped it would. It was still clear, still perfectly composed, still showing those 4 kids behind me while I slept. I didn't know what to do with it. I thought about throwing it out, but I couldn't. Not because I wanted it, but because I needed it. Like some small part of me already knew that this was going to sit with me for a long time, that this was proof of something I couldn't explain, and if I got rid of it, I might start convincing myself it never happened. I put it in my glove compartment and didn't look at it again that day. When I got home, I didn't unpack right away. I brought everything inside but left the bag by the door. I just stood in the kitchen for a while, staring out the window above the sink, waiting for my brain to catch up with my body. It didn't. I felt like I was watching someone else's hands turn on the tap and rinse the coffee thermos, like I was floating just a few feet behind myself. That night, I locked every door and window. Not just the usual quick check. I double-checked them, touched the frames, tugged on the handles, pulled the curtains shut, and put a chair under the knob of the front door. I don't know what I thought that would accomplish. Maybe nothing. Maybe it just made me feel like I had control over something. I didn't sleep. I stayed up watching nothing videos, cooking tutorials, animal clips, a guy restoring old tools, anything that didn't involve people or forests or stories. I just needed noise. Something to crowd out my thoughts. But around 3 in the morning, something caught my attention. It was my phone. It had been sitting face down on the coffee table all night. I hadn't touched it, but now it was lit up, a notification from my photo app. I don't remember giving it permission to send alerts, but there it was. The message said, "New memory available, 1 year ago today." I opened it without thinking, still in that half-numb state where you just react without asking why. It was a picture of me on a different hike. Same time last year, I was standing at the edge of a lake, backpack on, squinting into the sun. I remember that day. It had rained early and cleared up in the afternoon. The trail had been muddy, and my boots had weighed a ton by the time I got back to the car. But I noticed something this time that I hadn't seen before. There were figures in the tree line. They were barely visible, blurry, but now that I knew what to look for, I couldn't unsee them. 4 shapes, standing close together in the shade. No movement, no faces, just outlines. Too small to be adults. I felt my stomach drop. I zoomed in until the picture blurred into pixels, but the shapes were still there. 4 kids, at a distance, watching. The photo app said it was taken at 3:27 in the afternoon. I would have been alone out there. No one else had been parked at the trailhead that day. I remember checking. I always check. I like knowing when I'm really alone. I didn't sleep after that either. I sat at the kitchen table with my phone in one hand and the Polaroid in the other, flipping between them, comparing, matching the spacing, the general height, the way they grouped themselves. It wasn't identical, but it was close enough that my brain filled in the rest. I started wondering if this wasn't the first time I had seen them. Maybe it was just the first time I noticed. The next morning I checked my car. I don't even know what I was looking for. Fingerprints maybe, scratches, dirt, anything out of place, but everything looked normal. I popped the trunk. Nothing. Opened the glove compartment. The Polaroid was still there, untouched. I stared at it again. Their clothes were still hard to place. Not modern, but not obviously old either. Just plain, like the kind of things kids wear in photos where the parents pick everything out. No logos. No prints, just solid colors. One of the boys had a red shirt, the other had blue. The girl in the middle had a white dress, and the other girl wore something darker, maybe gray. No shoes. That part I hadn't noticed the first time. None of them had shoes on. I stayed inside the rest of that day, and the next, I told work I had a cold, which wasn't really a lie. I felt sick, but not in a physical way, just off. Like I had stepped out of rhythm with the rest of the world and couldn't get back into sync. I kept the windows covered. I stopped opening the blinds. And every time I walked past the mirror, I found myself looking over my shoulder, because somewhere in the back of my mind, a question had started to form. What if they didn't follow me out of the woods? What if they were already here? By the third day, I realized I hadn't really spoken to anyone. Not out loud, not even over text. I'd gone quiet without noticing, like something in me had shut a door and decided not to answer if anyone knocked. I was still eating, still drinking water, still going through the motions of being fine, but I wasn't leaving the house, not even to check the mail. I started watching the footage from my doorbell camera, not because I expected to find anything, but because it gave me something to do. It runs on motion detection, and I keep the clips saved for a week before they delete. I hadn't reviewed them since before my trip. That night, I sat down and pulled up the history, more out of curiosity than anything. Most of it was nothing. The usual: cars passing, squirrels triggering the sensor, a delivery guy dropping off a package I had forgotten I ordered. But then, buried between two daylight clips, was one from just after 3 in the morning, time-stamped the day I got back. The clip was short, about 20 seconds. It was triggered by motion on the porch. At first there was nothing, just the empty frame and the soft glow from the street lamp. Then, just before the clip ended, someone stepped into view. A child. Only the lower half of their body was visible. The rest was cut off by the top of the frame. They stood still for maybe 3 seconds, not moving, not knocking, not trying the door, just standing. Then they stepped backward and disappeared. I watched it 6 times. I couldn't make out their face, couldn't tell if it was a boy or girl. Just bare feet, shorts, a t-shirt, and stillness. The worst part was how close they had to be for the camera to trigger. It has a short range. They would have had to walk right up to the door for it to record anything. Which means they were there, standing inches from where I was sleeping, without making a sound. That was the first time I felt scared in a way I couldn't rationalize. Before that, I could still pretend there was a logical explanation, that maybe someone was playing a prank, that the Polaroid had some other story behind it. But now someone had come to my house, not during the day, not as a joke. In the middle of the night, they stood right outside my door and did nothing. That kind of silence is not a prank. It is a message. I downloaded the clip, saved it on 2 drives, and emailed a copy to myself. I wanted it backed up somewhere, just in case. I called the non-emergency police line later that day and told them I had footage of a possible prowler. I left out the part about the forest. I just said someone had come to my porch late at night and that I felt unsafe. The officer who took my call was polite, but it was clear he had heard this kind of thing 100 times. He said they would make a note of it and told me to call back if anything else happened. That was it. I didn't sleep that night either. Instead, I sat in the living room with all the lights off, watching the front door through the window blinds. I held a flashlight in one hand and a metal baseball bat in the other. I'm not a violent person. I've never even been in a fight, but something about that silence had changed the way I thought. I didn't want answers anymore. I just didn't want them coming back. But they didn't. Not that night. The next day, I bought a new camera, one of those trail cams that hunters use. Infrared, battery-powered, no Wi-Fi. I set it up outside, angled toward the side yard. I also started leaving a light on in the front room, thinking maybe the visibility would make whoever it was think twice about coming back. That night, I slept on the couch again. In the morning, I checked the camera. It had captured motion. The timestamp was 2:17 in the morning. The clip was short, just a few seconds, but it was enough. The camera had picked up 3 children walking along the side of the house, barefoot, silent, no clear faces, just outlines. The same height range as the ones in the Polaroid. They didn't stop. They didn't turn toward the lens. They just moved along the fence line and disappeared behind the trees at the edge of the yard. The weirdest part was how they moved, not slow, not fast, just in sync, like they were used to walking in formation, like they had practiced it. I stared at the footage for a long time before I turned it off. I didn't know what to do with it anymore. Calling the police again felt pointless. They would ask the same questions. Did they knock? Did they try to get inside? Was anything damaged? No, none of that. They just came and went like shadows. That day, I stayed inside again. I pulled the shades on every window and started looking through old photos on my phone. Not the ones from the trip, not the obvious stuff. I looked at random ones. From holidays, from weekend hikes, from walks in the park, anything with trees in the background. And I started noticing things. Shapes. Not in every photo, not even most, but enough. Blurry spots where someone might have been. Patterns in the leaves that didn't match the branches. The edge of a hand in the corner of a frame. A reflection in the water that did not belong to me. I don't know what that means. I don't know if they have been following me for longer than I thought, or if I was just unlucky enough to see behind a curtain I wasn't meant to notice. But the more I looked, the more I started to believe this didn't start in Vermont. It started long before that. I just didn't know I was part of it yet. It is hard to explain how quickly normal stops feeling normal. You think it takes a big event, something dramatic or violent or obvious, but it does not. It takes just enough small, quiet moments that stack up in the back of your mind until the entire shape of your day feels wrong, and you are left wondering when your own life started feeling unfamiliar. By the end of that week, I had stopped opening the blinds during the day. I stopped checking the door when a package got dropped off. I muted my phone more often than I answered it. I wasn't hiding exactly, but I wasn't engaging with the world either, not fully. The footage from the trail cam had done something to me. Seeing those kids again, walking along my fence like they knew the route, like they belonged there, shifted something in the way I saw everything. Because it meant this wasn't just about the woods. It meant they had found me, that they had chosen not just to follow, but to let me know they had followed. I started thinking about the photo again, the Polaroid. I had moved it from the glove compartment to a drawer in the hallway. It was wrapped in a towel, tucked under a flashlight and some matches. Every few days I would take it out and look at it again just to see if it had changed somehow. It never had. Still me, asleep in my tent. Still those 4 kids standing behind me, staring down at my body like I was a display. I had not noticed this before, but in the corner of the photo, just near the tent zipper, was a small detail I had missed. A hand reaching in. Not one of the children's hands, not small like theirs. This one looked longer, older. I checked the photo at least 10 times, tracing the shape of it. It was not obvious unless you knew to look, but it was there. A pale hand holding the flap of the tent open just enough to take the picture. Someone else had been there. Someone behind the camera. I felt something go tight in my throat, like a line being pulled. Until that moment, I had been telling myself that maybe the kids were playing some kind of game, that they were just watching, just observing. But now I saw it differently. If someone else had taken the picture, then these kids were not alone. Someone was directing them, or leading them, or worse, using them. That night I slept with the lights on. I went back to the trail cam the next morning and moved it. I placed it lower, facing toward the opposite side of the yard. I added a second one, tucked under the stairs by the back door. I also bought one of those small battery-powered alarms that chime when they detect motion, and stuck it near the kitchen window. None of it made me feel safe, but it gave me a structure. A way to feel like I was responding instead of just waiting. 2 nights later, the alarm went off. It was subtle, just a soft chime that repeated twice. I was half asleep on the couch when I heard it. At first I thought it was a dream, but when I sat up and listened, I knew it was real. I grabbed the flashlight and checked the window. No one was there. I checked the back door, still locked. The trail cams were still running. When I pulled the memory card from the camera by the stairs, I felt my hands shaking a little. I waited until morning to check the footage. I wanted daylight. I wanted birds chirping and the sound of garbage trucks passing before I opened that file. The clip started slow, shadows, movement just at the edge of the frame. Then one of them stepped into full view. A child, same height, same bare feet. This time they were facing the camera. I paused the video. Their eyes were wide, not scared, not curious, just wide, like they had been that way too long. Their mouth was slightly open, but not like they were breathing, just hanging open. Like the face was stuck that way. Their skin looked too pale under the camera light, almost reflective, like they were made of something thinner than skin should be. I played the rest of the clip. The child didn't move much, just stood there staring directly into the lens. After a few seconds, they stepped backward and disappeared into the dark. I watched it again and again, trying to convince myself it was a trick of the lighting, that the face was just weird because of the angle. But it wasn't. The stillness was too deliberate. The look in those eyes was too specific, like they knew I would see this later, like the camera was part of their plan. After that, I stopped watching the cameras for a while. I still let them record, but I couldn't keep checking them. It felt like they were showing me something I already knew, and seeing it again was only making it worse. That was when I remembered the lake photo. The one from a year ago that had those blurred shapes in the woods. I pulled it up on my phone again, zoomed all the way in, and stared at those figures. I started wondering how many other places they had followed me to, how many times they had been close enough to be in the background, but just far enough not to be noticed. I went through all my cloud storage. Every photo I had taken over the past 2 years, I started marking the ones where something looked off, a shadow where it shouldn't be, a pair of footprints by the edge of the frame, the corner of a shirt disappearing behind a tree. There were more than I expected. And then something occurred to me that I hadn't thought about until that moment. If these kids were always just barely out of frame, then maybe I was not the one being watched. Maybe I was the one being followed. Not because of who I was, but because I was easy to reach, alone, isolated. And maybe I had already been chosen. The idea that I had been chosen sat with me in a strange way, not like a lightning strike, not some big realization, just quiet, low in my chest, like a weight that had been there a while, and I had only just noticed it, and once it was there, it started to shape everything I did. I stopped looking for answers, not because I did not want them. I just realized that no one was going to give them to me. This was not a situation where you filed a report or told the right person and it got fixed. Whatever was happening, it had been happening long before I noticed. And now I was part of it. I started thinking about patterns, about what these kids were actually doing. They were not breaking in, not leaving threats. They had not spoken to me since that night in the woods when one of them said my name. They were not trying to hurt me, at least not directly. They were showing up, again and again, and letting me know they were there. I remembered something from a documentary I had watched years ago. It was about predators, not people, animals, wolves, how they stalked their prey for long stretches before making a move. Not just for hunting, but to study, to learn behaviors, to find weaknesses. I remember the voice in the documentary saying that wolves sometimes walked alongside their prey at a distance, waiting until the moment was right. I started wondering if that was what the kids were doing. Not haunting me, just circling, waiting. That week, I finally left the house. I needed to know if it would follow me somewhere new. I took my laptop and booked a motel a couple towns over. Nothing fancy. Just a small, 2-story place near a highway off-ramp. I paid cash. Did not tell anyone where I was going. When I checked in, the front desk clerk barely looked at me. I asked for a room near the back. Something quiet. He gave me a key and went back to his crossword. I spent the first night watching TV with the sound off, just lights moving across the screen. I had one of the trail cams with me, and I set it up outside the window, pointing toward the parking lot. It felt like overkill, but it also felt necessary. Nothing happened that night. No sounds. No alarm. No movement. The next morning, I checked the footage. The only thing it caught was a stray cat crossing the lot around midnight. I almost felt relief. Almost. I stayed 2 more nights. Still nothing. I started thinking maybe I had shaken them. Maybe they did not know where I was. Or maybe they were never following me at all. Maybe they were tied to that house, that forest, that moment. On the 4th day, I drove home. The house looked untouched. The lights were off, the blinds still closed. I stood in the doorway for a long time before stepping inside, like I was waiting for something to feel wrong. But everything looked the way I left it. I checked the trail cams. The memory card on the side yard camera had 2 new clips. Both were short. The first was just static. That was not normal. The camera should have either caught motion or stayed off, but this one had 20 seconds of fuzz. No clear images, no sound. The second clip showed one of the kids standing in the far corner of the yard, near the edge of the fence. Their face was turned away, looking out into the trees. After a few seconds, they turned their heads slowly toward the camera. They were holding something. It took me a minute to figure out what it was. A folded piece of paper, the kind that comes from a notebook, torn on one edge. The child bent down, set it on the ground, and walked away. I went out to check the spot in the yard. The paper was still there. It had not rained. The ground was dry. The page was a little crumpled, but readable. There were 5 words written in pencil. "Do you remember the others?" No punctuation, no signature. I read it 5 times. My throat went dry. My fingers felt numb just holding it. I did not know what it meant, but the way it was written made it sound like it was not the first time this had happened, like there had been others before me, maybe people who had seen the same things. Heard the same laugh outside a tent, woken up to the same Polaroid, maybe people who never said anything, or people who said too much. I started thinking about all the unexplained disappearances I had read about over the years, the hikers that went missing on well-marked trails, the campers whose sites were found fully intact, just abandoned, tents still standing, fires still smoldering, no signs of a struggle. And I started wondering how many of those stories involved kids. How many of those people saw something familiar in the trees? A small face, a child's voice, just enough to let their guard down. And maybe that was the point. I burned the note later that night. I watched the flames eat through the paper until there was nothing left but ash. It felt like the right thing to do, even if it did not change anything. I thought about deleting the camera footage too, about wiping everything, but I did not. Not yet. Instead, I made a new folder on my laptop. I titled it The Others, and I started writing everything down, every detail I could remember, not just from that week, but from before, from the trip, from the photos, from every moment that felt just a little off. Every shape in the background, every noise that didn't fit. I was not trying to solve it. I just wanted a record. Because if there really were others, someone had to leave something behind. The folder kept growing. Every day I added something new, a sentence, a photo, a note about what time the cameras recorded motion, even if it was just a squirrel or a falling leaf. I stopped trying to understand the logic of it. I just recorded, like a ritual, like if I kept track of everything, it couldn't catch me off guard again. I didn't see the kids for a while after that last note, the one that asked if I remembered the others. No more recordings. No handprints, no signs of anything new. Weeks passed. The air turned colder. Leaves started falling. And I started feeling like maybe it had finally stopped. It's strange how fast your mind tries to return to normal, even when everything feels wrong, even when you've seen things that make no sense, Your brain still pulls you toward routine. It wants a shape, a reason, a place to file everything. I started going out again, small errands, late night walks around the block. I went to the grocery store during slow hours, tried to avoid looking at the woods behind the parking lot. I answered a few texts, made a phone call, laughed once at something dumb a friend sent me. It was weak, but it was real. I thought maybe I was healing. Then, one morning, I found the second Polaroid. It was slid under my front door just like the first. No envelope, no message, just the photo. I felt it before I saw it. I had walked past the door and noticed the smallest slip of white on the floor. The air shifted when I bent down to pick it up. This time I wasn't asleep in the picture. I was standing in my hallway in pajamas, one hand halfway to my face, like I had been rubbing my eyes. It was taken from outside the window through the glass. The angle was perfect. My expression was blank, not scared, just tired, vulnerable. And behind me, closer than I thought, were the same 4 kids. In the reflection, they were not in the hallway, but they were in the photo, standing just outside the frame behind the glass. Their faces were the same as before, expressionless, unblinking. That photo was the final piece. I didn't panic. I didn't call anyone. I just sat down at the table and placed the new photo beside the old one. I stared at them both, first asleep, then awake. They wanted me to see them. That was the point, all along. Not to take me, not to chase me, but to make sure I knew they were there, that they always had been, that they always would be. And for the first time, I understood what they had been trying to show me. It wasn't about me being special. It wasn't about punishment. It was an invitation, an offer. I don't think I was the first person to receive it. I don't think I'll be the last. But I was given the chance to see behind the curtain, and that alone was enough to change me. I did not sleep that night. Instead, I packed a bag. Not out of fear, but out of something else, something closer to peace. I brought the photos, a flashlight, the camera, a fresh notebook. Then I drove back to the trailhead, the same one. The parking lot was empty, like it had been before. The trees looked taller than I remembered, the path thinner. I hiked in about 6 miles, same spot, same clearing. I stood there for a long time listening. Nothing moved. Then, just as the sun started to dip below the tree line, I saw them. At the edge of the clearing, not hiding, just standing, watching. 4 kids. Same height, same eyes. But they were not alone. This time, there were others, adults, older faces, further back in the trees, silent. Some of them were smiling. It was not warm. It was not cold. It was just calm, like being welcomed home. I sat down on the ground and took out my notebook. I didn't run. I didn't speak. I just started writing what I saw, what I felt, what I had come to understand. Not everything out there wants to harm you. Some things just want to be remembered, to be believed in, to be followed. And maybe that's all this was. A signal, a question, a choice. I do not know where they come from. I do not know how they know your name. But I know they do not pick people at random. They choose you because they see something in you. Something that is missing. Something that belongs with them. And if you listen closely, if you stop fighting the silence, you might start to understand what they are asking. Not why. Not how. Just, are you ready? I was. I am. And so I stayed until nightfall. And when I finally stood up and looked back toward the trail, I knew the way would still be there. But I also knew I would not be taking it. Because the question is not whether they will come back. The question is whether you will answer. And I did. I finally did. I have lived in this small apartment in Boston for almost 3 years now. It is nothing special, just a narrow hallway that leads to a small bedroom, a kitchen that barely fits a table, and a living room that always feels a little too quiet at night. The rent is cheap, and I have gotten used to the thin walls and the way the light from the street outside flickers through the blinds like a heartbeat in the dark. For as long as I can remember, I have had sleep paralysis. It comes and goes, sometimes weeks without an episode, and then suddenly, I will wake up in the dark, pinned to the bed, my breath caught in my chest like a stone. At first it was just the fear, the weight of my own body holding me still, but after a while the shapes started to come, shadows at the edge of my vision, voices that I could not quite make out. Always there, always waiting. A few nights ago it was worse than it had ever been. I woke up to the feeling of something pressing down on me, my arms locked at my sides, my chest tight and cold. I could not move, could not even turn my head, but I could see the foot of my bed, the dim glow of the street lamp outside just enough to light the room in soft gray shapes, and there it was. A figure, tall and thin, so dark it seemed to swallow the light around it. It had no face, just a smooth blank where eyes and mouth should have been. But it was the hands that I remember most. Long, thin fingers that stretched out to scrape the floor, the sound of them moving across the wood soft and slow, like a whisper I could feel in my bones. I do not know how long I lay there, staring at it, my breath coming in short, shallow gasps. My mind was screaming, but my body would not move, trapped in that quiet terror that comes in the moments when you are not sure if you are awake or still dreaming. And then, just as suddenly as it had come, it was gone. The room was empty, the only sound my own ragged breathing and the faint hum of the city outside. I woke up the next morning with the memory of it still clinging to me, the shape of that shadow figure burned into the back of my mind. I told myself it was just another episode, that it had not been real, that my mind had played its old tricks in the dark, but when I got out of bed and walked to the closet, I saw them. Scratches, 3 long, thin lines etched into the wood of the closet door. They were fresh, the raw wood beneath the paint showing pale and splintered. My hands were shaking as I reached out to touch them, the edges rough under my fingertips. I tried to tell myself I had done it in my sleep, that I had gotten up without knowing and left those marks myself. But I knew that was not true. They were too deep, too straight, like something had dragged its fingers down the door with careful, deliberate force. Since then, I have not opened the closet. I cannot bring myself to. I keep it closed tight, the door locked even though I know it would not matter if something wanted to come out. At night, I sit in my bed and stare at the door, the faint outline of the scratches just visible in the glow of the streetlight outside. I keep telling myself it was just a dream, that there is nothing there but old coats and dusty boxes, but in the quiet moments, I can feel it. The weight of that shadow, the soft scrape of fingers across the wood. Last night it was worse. I woke up again, the weight on my chest pressing down like a hand, my breath caught in the small, tight space between my ribs. The room was dark, but I could see the closet door, the faint outline of the scratches, and then I heard it. A voice, soft and low, almost too quiet to hear. It was coming from inside the closet, a whisper that seemed to slip under the door and curl around me in the dark. I could not make out the words, but I could feel them, a shiver that crawled down my spine and settled in the pit of my stomach. I lay there, my heart pounding, my body frozen, listening to that soft, patient whisper that seemed to come from somewhere deep in the dark. When I woke up this morning, the voice was gone, but the memory of it was not. I keep trying to tell myself it was just another trick of the mind, another ghost conjured up by the old fear that lives in the back of my skull, but I cannot shake the feeling that it is real, that the shadow man has found a way to follow me out of those half-dreams and into the quiet spaces of my life. I have not told anyone. My friends would just laugh it off, tell me it was the stress or too many late nights staring at the glow of my phone. My family would worry, but they would not understand. This is something that lives in the spaces between words, in the hush of a room when the lights go out. It is not something you can explain. So I write it down instead. I fill page after page with the small, careful details, the way the air feels colder when the knocking starts, the way the whispers slip under the door like smoke. I tell myself that if I can put it all into words, I can make it smaller, something I can hold in my hands instead of something that waits in the dark. But even as I write this, I can feel it, the weight of those eyes that are not eyes, the slow drag of those long fingers across the floor. It is 3 in the afternoon, the sun bright and warm outside, but the memory of that shadow figure is a cold breath on the back of my neck. I do not know what it wants. I do not know why it has chosen me, or what it means when it whispers in the quiet of the night, but I know it will come again. Tonight, tomorrow, some night when I am too tired to fight it anymore, and when it does, I will be here, waiting, watching the closet door in the darkness, listening for the soft scrape of fingers on wood and the quiet voice that tells me I am not alone. The next few days passed in a kind of uneasy fog. I tried to keep busy, to fill every minute with noise and light, but it felt like I was moving through water, everything slow and heavy. I found myself listening for that voice even in the middle of the day, straining to hear it beneath the hum of the fridge or the distant rumble of cars outside. At night, I kept the closet door locked and the lights on, the soft glow of the lamp by my bed a small comfort in the dark. I told myself it was just my mind playing tricks on me. I had read enough about sleep paralysis to know how it could warp your senses, make shadows into shapes, and turn your own breath into someone else's whisper. But it felt different now. It felt like that shadow was not just part of the paralysis anymore. It felt like it was real, like it had stepped out of that half-dream and was waiting for me in the quiet spaces of my life. The scratches on the closet door had not changed. They were still there, pale lines in the dark wood, a silent reminder of that night. I kept the door locked tight, the small key hidden in the drawer by my bed. Every time I walked past it, I could feel my skin crawl, the memory of those long fingers scraping across the floor still fresh in my mind. One night, I tried to sleep in the living room, thinking that maybe if I put some distance between myself and the closet, I could find a few hours of peace. I curled up on the couch with a blanket pulled tight around me, the soft hum of the television in the background. But even then, I could not escape it. I kept thinking about the way the figure had stood at the foot of my bed, the way it had watched me with that blank face and those long, reaching hands. I must have drifted off at some point, because I woke up to the soft sound of something moving in the hallway. My heart jumped in my chest, my breath catching as I strained to hear. It was a slow, deliberate shuffle, like bare feet moving across the old wood floor. I lay there, frozen, the blanket pulled up to my chin, listening to the sound grow closer. And then it stopped, right outside the living room door. I waited, my whole body tense, the quiet pressing in around me. I could feel it there, just on the other side of the thin wall, waiting. I do not know how long I lay there, my breath shallow, and my hands clenched tight in the fabric of the blanket. But finally, the footsteps moved away, fading back down the hall until there was nothing but the soft hum of the television again. I did not sleep for the rest of the night. I sat there on the couch, my eyes fixed on the dark doorway, every creak of the old house like a breath in the quiet. When the sun finally came up, I felt like I had been holding my breath for hours. The next morning I thought about calling someone, a friend, my brother, anyone who could come sit with me in the bright light of the day and help me feel like the world was still real and solid. But every time I picked up the phone, the words felt too heavy to say. I was afraid of how they would sound out loud, afraid that speaking them would make them real in a way I was not ready to face. Instead, I spent the day cleaning again, scrubbing the kitchen until my hands were raw and the smell of bleach clung to my skin. I opened all the windows, letting the cold air wash through the apartment like a promise. But even then I could feel it. The weight of that shadow waiting in the quiet spaces, the soft breath of something just out of sight. That night, I did not try to sleep on the couch. I went back to my bedroom, the familiar creak of the floor beneath my feet both a comfort and a warning. I locked the closet door tight and sat on the edge of the bed, the soft glow of the lamp painting the walls in gentle gold. I told myself I would not look at the closet, that I would keep my eyes on the light and let the night pass me by. But when the clock crept past midnight, I found myself staring at that door, the faint outline of the scratches just visible in the soft light. I do not remember falling asleep, but I woke up in the dark, the room cold and still. My body would not move, my chest tight, and my breath caught in my throat. I could feel the weight of the air around me, thick and heavy, pressing down like a hand. My eyes were open, and I could see the closet door, the pale lines of the scratches sharp in the faint light from the street outside. And then I heard it, the whisper, soft and low like a breath against the wood, curling around the edges of the door and slipping into the room. It was not words exactly, more like a sound that wanted to be words, a promise or a threat I could almost understand. My heart was pounding in my chest, the sound of it loud in the quiet, but I could not move. I could only listen. I do not know how long it lasted. It felt like forever, that soft, patient whisper winding through the room like smoke. And then, just as suddenly as it had come, it was gone. The weight lifted from my chest, and I could breathe again, the sharp, cold air filling my lungs like ice. I lay there for a long time, my body shaking, my mind trying to make sense of what I had heard. When I finally got up, the first light of dawn was creeping across the sky, soft and pale. I sat on the edge of the bed and looked at the closet door, the scratches still there, silent and waiting. I do not know what it wants. I do not know if it is real, or if it is just something that has always been there, waiting for the moment when I am too tired to fight it anymore. But I know that it will come again. And when it does, I will be here, listening in the dark, waiting to see what waits behind that door. The morning after I heard the whispering, I tried to pretend everything was normal. I got up and made coffee, the smell of it warm and familiar in the small kitchen. I watched the early light spill across the floor, the soft gold of it making the scratches on the closet door seem almost harmless. But no matter how bright the day was, the memory of that voice stayed with me, like a cold hand on the back of my neck that would not let go. I spent most of the day out of the apartment, wandering through the streets of Boston like I was looking for something I had lost. I walked past old brownstones and narrow alleyways, the city alive with people and noise. For a little while, it helped. The chatter of strangers, the clatter of dishes from open cafe windows, all of it a soft blur that made the night feel like a distant dream. But every time I stopped, every time the world went quiet around me, I felt that same weight in my chest, a quiet certainty that whatever lived in the shadows of my room was still there waiting. When I finally went home, the sun was setting, the sky streaked with pink and gold. I paused at the door, my hand on the cold metal knob, and took a deep breath. I told myself it was just a room, just an old closet in a cheap apartment, and that if I kept telling myself that, it would be true. But when I stepped inside, the air felt heavy, thick with something I could not see. I turned on every light in the apartment, the soft glow of the bulbs washing the walls in pale yellow. I cooked dinner, though I barely tasted it, the quiet of the evening pressing in around me. I put on music, trying to fill the silence with something other than the sound of my own heartbeat. But no matter how loud the music was, I could feel the closet at my back, the weight of it like a breath in the dark. That night, I lay in bed with the lamp still on, the soft circle of light a small comfort in the shadows. I watched the clock on the nightstand tick away the seconds, each one a quiet echo in the room. When midnight came and went, I let out a breath I had not realized I was holding. I thought, maybe this time it will not come. Maybe the light will be enough to keep it away. But when the clock crept past 3, I heard the first soft knock. It was not loud, just a gentle tap on the closet door, but it was enough to make my heart jump in my chest. I lay there, frozen, my breath caught in my throat. 3 soft knocks, steady and patient, like a question waiting for an answer. I closed my eyes and counted to 10, willing it to stop, to go away and leave me in the quiet of the light. But the knocking came again, a soft insistence that seemed to echo in the small room. I could feel it then, the shape of him on the other side of the door, tall and thin, his fingers brushing the wood with that same slow, deliberate scrape. I sat up in bed, the blanket pooled around my waist, and stared at the door. The scratches were just visible in the glow of the lamp, pale lines that caught the light, and seemed to breathe with the rhythm of the night. My hands were shaking, but I did not look away. I wanted to see. I needed to see. I whispered into the quiet, my voice barely more than a breath. "What do you want?" There was no answer, just the soft hush of the city outside and the quiet tick of the clock on the wall. But in that silence, I thought I could hear something else. A soft sigh, like the breath of someone standing just beyond the door, waiting for me to open it. I did not move. I stayed there, my eyes locked on the closet door, the weight of that moment holding me still. The knocking stopped, and for a long while there was only the quiet. But even in that silence, I could feel him there, the cold press of his presence, like a shadow against my skin. When dawn came, the light washing the walls in pale gold, I felt like I could breathe again. I got up and opened the curtains, the bright morning sun spilling into the room and making the closet door seem small and harmless. I made coffee and sat at the kitchen table, the warmth of the cup in my hands a small comfort in the quiet. But the memory of the night was still there, a soft echo in the back of my mind. I thought about leaving, about packing a bag and walking away from the small apartment that had become a place of quiet fear, but I knew it would not matter. The shadow man was not just in the closet. He was in the stillness of the night, in the soft spaces where the dark settled and the world fell silent. I could leave the apartment, but I could not leave him behind. So I stayed. I cleaned the apartment again, the smell of soap and warm water filling the rooms like a small, stubborn hope. I opened the windows and let the cold air wash through, the fresh breeze a gentle push against the weight that had settled in my chest. I told myself I could live with it, that I could make a place for the fear and learn to carry it without letting it drown me. But even as I said the words, I knew it was not over. I knew that when the sun set and the shadows crept back into the corners of the room, he would be there, waiting. And I knew that when the knocking came again, I would be there too, listening in the quiet, my breath held tight in the dark. The next night was the hardest yet. I spent the day in a quiet daze, trying to keep my mind on other things, anything that did not end with the quiet whisper of his breath in the dark. But every time I turned my back on the closet, I could feel it there, like the weight of a hand pressing between my shoulder blades. I kept the windows open all day, the cold air a small comfort that I let fill every corner of the apartment. I hoped that maybe if I filled the space with the scent of winter, with the bright chill of the wind, it would wash him away. But it was not enough. When the sun set, I turned on every light, the soft yellow glow of the lamps, the bright white of the kitchen bulb, even the small nightlight in the bathroom. I let them all burn as bright as they could, filling the apartment with a warmth I did not feel inside. I made tea and held the mug close to my chest, the steam curling into the cool air as I watched the light flicker against the scratches in the closet door. I told myself over and over that it was just sleep paralysis, that he was not real, that the night could not hold anything that was not already inside my own head. But the words felt hollow, like a prayer I had said so many times that it no longer meant anything at all. When midnight came, I sat on the edge of my bed, my feet pressed to the cold floor, my eyes on the closet door. I waited, the slow tick of the clock on the wall counting out the seconds in the quiet. I thought about all the nights I had spent listening to that soft knock, the way it had become a part of the rhythm of the dark. and I wondered what it would feel like to let it in, to open the door and see what waited for me in the shadows. At 3 in the morning, the knocking came again. 3 soft raps, patient and deliberate, like the beat of a heart I could not see. My hands were shaking, but I did not look away. I stared at the door, my breath slow and shallow, the fear in my chest a slow burn that seemed to light the edges of my thoughts. I wanted to speak, to ask him what he wanted, to tell him to leave me alone, but the words would not come. My throat felt tight, my tongue heavy in my mouth, and all I could do was watch as the knocking came again, a quiet insistence that slipped under my skin like a shiver. I do not know how long I sat there, my body frozen, my mind caught between the soft comfort of the light and the cold promise of the dark. When the knocking stopped, the quiet that followed was almost worse. It was like the world itself had stopped breathing, like the air around me was holding its breath, waiting for something I could not name. I got up slowly, the floor cold against my bare feet, and walked to the window. I pushed it open and let the cold night air wash over me, the sharp scent of frost, a small mercy in the hush of the room. I stood there for a long time, the soft rustle of the trees in the wind, the only sound, and I tried to remember what it felt like to not be afraid. When I turned back to the closet, I saw something that made my heart stutter in my chest. The door was open, just a crack, the faint line of darkness inside like a mouth that had been waiting to speak. I did not remember unlocking it. I did not remember moving at all, but it was open, and in that small sliver of darkness, I thought I could see something move. I stepped closer, my hands cold and shaking at my sides, and I could feel the air inside the closet, colder than the night outside, brushing against my skin like a breath. I reached out, my fingers brushing the edge of the door, and for a moment, I thought I could hear him breathing. A slow, patient sound that seemed to echo in the hollow space of the closet, wrapping around me like a promise. I closed the door, I locked it tight, and stepped back, my breath coming fast and shallow, the quiet of the room pressing in around me like the dark weight of the ocean. I sat on the floor with my back against the door, the cold wood a small, solid comfort, and I told myself over and over that I was still here, still in control, still alive. When the sun finally rose, the light creeping in pale and soft through the window, I felt like I had survived something I could not name. I stood up and looked at the door, the scratches pale and silent in the early light, and I knew that no matter how many locks I put on it, no matter how bright I made the room, he would come again. But I also knew that I was not done fighting. I would not run, would not pretend it was not real. I would face him night after night until the knocking stopped. Because this was my home, my life, and I would not let the shadow man take that away from me. So I made coffee and sat by the window, the sun warm on my face, and the quiet of the morning a soft promise in the cold. And I waited, knowing that when the night came again, so would he. But I would be ready, and I would not look away. The next night came more quickly than I wanted it to. The daylight hours passed in a blur of small tasks and quiet distractions. I tried to fill every minute with something, anything to keep my mind from drifting back to the feel of the cold wood under my fingers and the sound of that quiet breathing in the dark. I went for a long walk through the city, weaving through crowds of strangers who all looked so sure of where they were going, so certain of what they carried in their hands and in their hearts. I envied them. I wondered if they had ever felt the weight of something watching from the shadows, or if that was something only I would ever know. When I got home, the sun was setting, the last light of the day washing the sky in pale gold. I paused at the door to my apartment and took a deep breath, the cold air sharp in my lungs. I wanted to believe that maybe this time it would be different, that maybe tonight he would not come, but I could feel it in the stillness, in the way the quiet seemed to hum with a soft, patient promise. I knew he was already there, waiting. I made dinner, though I barely tasted it. I let the lights burn bright in every room, the soft glow a small comfort in the gathering dark. I played music, let it drift through the apartment like a shield against the silence. But when the clock crept past midnight, the music sounded hollow, like a voice speaking into a room that was already full of whispers. I sat on the edge of the bed with the blanket wrapped tight around my shoulders, the soft weight of it grounding me in the quiet. The closet door was locked, the small key heavy in my pocket, but it did not matter. I knew he did not need the door to be open. He had already found his way into the spaces between my breaths, the quiet moments when the world went still. At 3 in the morning, the knocking started again. 3 soft taps, so gentle they could have been nothing at all, but I knew better. My heart stuttered in my chest, the sound of it loud in the small room. I closed my eyes and let the knocks wash over me, the rhythm of them as familiar now as my own pulse. I stood up slowly, the blanket slipping to the floor, and walked to the closet door. My feet were cold on the wooden floor, the chill of it a sharp bite that kept me from slipping into the soft fog of fear. I placed my hand on the door, my fingers tracing the scratches in the wood, and I whispered into the dark. "What do you want from me?" My voice was soft, but it felt loud in the quiet, a small defiance that made my hands stop shaking. There was no answer, just the soft hush of the night and the slow, steady sound of my own breath. But in that silence I felt him there, closer than he had ever been. I could feel the cold of him pressing through the door, the quiet weight of his presence filling the space around me. I turned and walked back to the bed, my legs heavy with something I could not name. I sat down and pulled the blanket tight around me again, my eyes fixed on the door. The knocking stopped, but the quiet that followed felt thick and alive, like the air itself was holding its breath. I sat there for what felt like hours, the room so still I could hear the soft tick of the clock and the slow beat of my own heart. My mind drifted, the edges of my thoughts soft and blurred, and I wondered if maybe I was not really awake at all. If maybe this was another kind of sleep, one where the shadows were real and the world outside was just a dream I had forgotten how to wake from. At some point, I must have dozed off, because I woke to the faint light of dawn creeping in through the curtains. The room was quiet, the air soft and cold around me. I stood up and walked to the window, the soft glow of the morning washing the world in pale, gentle gold. I watched the light move across the floor, and for a moment it felt like everything was just as it should be. But when I turned back to the closet, I saw that the door was open again. Just a crack, but enough to see the dark space beyond, the faint outline of something moving in the shadows. My breath caught in my throat, but I did not look away. I took a step closer, the floor cold and solid under my feet, and I spoke again. "I see you," I whispered. "I know you are there." The air in the room seemed to shiver, the shadows in the closet shifting like breath. I could not see him, Not really, but I could feel the shape of him in the dark, the slow, patient weight of him watching me. I closed the door and locked it again, my fingers steady on the cold metal of the key. I turned and walked back to the window, the light of the morning bright and clean against my skin. And in that light, I felt something like strength, something like resolve. I knew that he would come again, that the knocking would not stop, that the quiet voice in the dark would keep calling me back, but I also knew that I would not be afraid. I would meet him in the dark, night after night, until I understood what it was he wanted from me, or until I found a way to make the whispers stop. For now, I would let the light of the day fill the apartment, the warm sun a soft promise that there was still a world beyond the shadows, and when the night came again, I would be ready. The night after I saw the door open felt different from all the nights before. I spent the whole day thinking about what I would do when the knocking came again. It was not a question anymore. It was something I knew would happen, something I was finally ready to face. I did not know what he was or why he had chosen me. I just knew that I could not keep living in the space between fear and waiting. I had to see him. I had to hear what he had to say. I did not fill the apartment with light this time. I let the soft glow of a single lamp wash over the room, the quiet golden circle of it like a small island in the dark. I turned off the music and sat on the edge of my bed, the blanket pooled around me, my hands resting on my knees. The closet door was closed and locked, the key heavy in my pocket, but I could feel the weight of him behind it, the patient press of his breath on the other side of the wood. I watched the clock as the seconds ticked by, the slow sweep of the hand a quiet echo in the room. I thought about all the nights I had spent waiting, all the ways I had tried to keep him out. And I realized that in all that time I had never really looked. I had never let myself see the thing that waited for me in the dark. At 3 a.m, the knocking came again, 3 soft raps, each one as gentle and deliberate as a heartbeat. I stood up and walked to the door, my feet steady on the cold floor, my breath slow and sure. I placed my hand on the wood, the scratches rough under my fingertips, and I spoke in a voice that felt calm and certain. "I am here," I said softly. "I am listening." There was no answer, but the air around me seemed to shift, the quiet of the room deepening until it felt like the whole world had stopped to hear what I would do next. I turned the key in the lock, the soft click loud in the hush of the night, and I pulled the door open. Inside, the closet was dark, the shadows thick and deep, but I could see him now standing there, tall and thin, his shape almost lost in the black. He did not move, did not speak. He just watched me, the blank space where his face should have been somehow more real in the soft glow of the lamp. I felt the cold of him reach out, a quiet breath that slipped over my skin and settled in the hollow of my chest. I did not look away. I took a slow step closer, my heart steady, my breath calm. In that moment, I felt something shift, something that had been holding tight to my bones for so long, I had almost forgotten how to live without it. I realized then that it was not about fear. It was about the choice to see, to let the dark be what it was, and to stand in it without flinching. "Why are you here?" I asked, my voice a soft thread in the stillness. He did not answer, but in the quiet, I felt something pass between us, a small, silent understanding that settled in the air like dust. I knew then that he would not leave. that the shadow man was not something I could chase away with light or locks. He was a part of the quiet spaces in the night, a part of the places where the world grew thin and the dark pressed in close. But I also knew that he did not own me, that he was only as real as the fear I gave him. And in that moment, standing there in the soft glow of the lamp with the door open and the cold night air slipping in around me, I decided that I would not give him that power anymore. I closed the door slowly, the soft click of the lock a small, quiet promise. I did not feel afraid. I felt still, like the dark had shown me its face and found that I would not turn away. I went back to bed and lay down in the soft light, the blanket warm around me, the quiet of the room no longer a threat but a gentle hush that wrapped around me like a comfort. I let my eyes close, the soft beat of my heart the only sound, and I breathed in the peace of that small final moment. When the morning came, the sun spilling pale and soft through the curtains, I woke with a feeling of lightness I had not known in months. The closet door was still closed and locked, the scratches still there, but they felt like something old and finished now, a mark of what had been, not what was waiting. I got up and made coffee, the warmth of the cup in my hands a small, steady promise. I opened the window and let the cold air wash through the room, the scent of the morning sweet and clean. And I let the light fill every corner of the space, the soft gold of it a gentle reminder that the night always ends, no matter how long it feels. I know he will come again. I know that when the night grows still and the world goes quiet, I will hear those 3 soft knocks at the door. But I also know that I am ready, that I can meet him in the dark and let the quiet pass over me without fear. Because the shadow man is not the end. He is just a shape in the dark, a whisper in the stillness. And I am more than the quiet spaces where he waits. I am the light that fills the room when the dawn comes, the soft breath of the world when it wakes, the slow, steady beat of a heart that has learned to see without being afraid. So I will live my life in the bright hours of the day, and let the night come when it will. I will let the shadow knock and let the quiet answer, and I will be there to hear it all. Because in the end, that is all any of us can do. Stand in the dark, listen for the whispers, and know that when the morning comes, we are still here.